Hello, everybody. Welcome in.
What's up, Nick? How's it going? Yeah, thank you for the cheese time. And 10 consecutive streams. Let's go. Thank you very much for that. Yeah, how's everybody doing? We're going to get started in just a moment. Okay. Let's go. So yeah, I want to get the large tanks finished up today. I missed someone, or probably missed one somewhere on a busy day stream. Well, it says you have consecutive streams, so I guess you're good to go. I looked for a Twitch tutorial since use it, couldn't find a good one. Oh yeah. I do like Twitcher. I mean, you know, there's quirks and stuff with it. Sometimes it's a little annoying to use, but I think it's not necessarily Twitcher's fault. I think it's oh, you're saying it'd probably be longer? Ah, yeah, it's all good. It is a little frustrating that Twitch does that to people where they like, you know, set it up so it feels like you're obligated to have to watch every single stream, you know? It's a little like frustrating, but it is what it is. Yo, Woolbad, welcome in. Also, Raymoose, welcome in. Thank you for the speed. But yeah, it's all good. But yeah, Twitcher, I think is good. It's just the Twitch API in general sometimes can be a little funny to use. But I think overall it's still a really good, solid pick. Especially the new version of it. I think version 1 was a little rough. Because I remember using that one, there was just no documentation. So I was like, oh man, I don't know what to do. But now they've got this whole panel and stuff, and it doesn't document every single little thing, but I think it does give you a really solid look at most things. Hey, Raymoose, thank you so much for the resub. Didn't do the confetti. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for that. Let's go. Tree of Wisdom. Yeah, I really appreciate it. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of stuff in the documentation here, though. Yeah, the scopes, rewards, blah, blah. So, it's a pretty solid one. I'd love to do more overlay stuff soon. I just need to kind of come up with ideas for it, honestly. I'd love for them, for there to be some more like interactive things in our overlay. I'm not exactly sure what that would be yet, but it could be kind of fun if you have like little games and stuff that we could sort of play as a community together, if you know what I mean. So I don't know. Maybe like we had gambling. You can like unbox things with your channel points, you know, collectibles and whatnot. We could go the route of having like little avatars on the bottom, you know. Like, that one thing that, Oshik made, I forget what it was called, like, owls or walkers, that's what it was called, yeah. Yeah, I don't mind, I don't actually care about the streaks, just to get people to form addictive behaviors. Yeah, that's why it's sort of like, I don't know how I feel about that feature. It feels like it's, because the thing is like, it's fine if you get rewarded for getting a streak, but like, then it like kind of punishes you for missing a stream. It makes you feel bad for not watching every stream. And I think that's really, it feels bad, man. I hate like, people feeling, punished for not coming to a stream. Like people have stuff going on, you know? You can't just only watch the streams. Yo! Hey, Pyro, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. Let's go. Yeah, what's going on? What were you up to today on your stream? We're just about to get started here. Yeah, we only started like 9 minutes ago. Hope you're good. Yeah, it's going good. We're gonna get working on finishing up these large tanks that we just added. I didn't really show any of this on stream. I did this all like last night, but I got it working pretty well. I'll show you guys what's going on with these now. See, working on some new enemies. Kind of annoying, to be honest. Yeah, that's fair. Gonna grab some food and come back in a bit. Sounds good. But thank you so much for the raid. Let's see. Stream avatar is pretty cool. It's $20, but gambling can go crazy if you get an addict. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I've thought about like that kind of stuff before, like stream avatars, but honestly, I feel like I'd like to just make our own solution to it, you know, our own system, because I think we'd have a lot more freedom and can make it cool and personalized, so that's probably going to be the plan. Let's see, Robbie Tony, welcome in. How's it going? So I added in these large tanks last night, so they're chilling here. I need to adjust this one and push it up a tiny bit, but yeah, it's here. So essentially these are just almost the same as a small tank. Visually they still are. I don't know what I'm gonna do with the visuals of the large tanks. Like, should I actually physically increase the preview window you get in here? The problem is it just gets complicated with the UI scaling. Because if we go to like, this is like normal 16:9 aspect ratio or whatever. If I go too much wider with this, now like this little panel that pops up like will overlap the tank and stuff. So I don't really know what I'm supposed to do about that. It would be cool for the tank to visually be bigger in here, but I could make it so you can like scroll in here, but I worry people might not realize that you can scroll around, right? And then that's kind of a whole issue. Also, scrolling on controller is kind of difficult. You know, like it's easy here. I can just use my mouse or hit WASD or something. But actually WASD wouldn't work because I think you can select things with the keys and stuff. Yeah. So I'm not 100% sure what we want to do about that right now. Also, apparently this little line thing broke. Looks like it's not working anymore. It still works in here. But for some reason it doesn't work in here now. I think changing the viewport stuff a bit has broken that, so we're gonna have to fix that. But yeah, I'm not entirely sure what I want to do about that yet. It's kind of complicated, right? I think the exterior looks good, you know, you can see inside the tank and stuff, so that's all set up. But yeah, I just don't know. Yeah, I got it set up so you can get the research down here now, large tanks. Then boom, buy another guy. Big tank. I'll probably make it so the base capacity of these is 10 weight. And I've been thinking about this a lot. So one thing with how the tanks are is... So the large tanks obviously are designed for large fish, but I feel like it would be... People would probably think it's unfair if you weren't able to put small fish into them too. So I'm thinking probably we'll just do... make it so you can still put small fish inside of the big tanks. You know, but the big fish can only go in the big tanks. It's like they would like die or something in the small tanks. That's the implication at least. That's probably what I'm thinking here. I don't know why that guy's so tiny. Okay, he's just a tiny guy. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure yet what to do. You can make everything inside smaller instead of making the UI bigger. Yeah. I was thinking about that too, like something we can do if we go inside of here to the canvas layer. It's inside of the tank menu. Right, we've got this like box that has all the stuff in it. Panel container viewport. And what would be good about this is everything would stay like a visible. Like I wouldn't have to adjust all the stuff in here. And then the camera, we can just change the zoom level of this camera. I think I actually have to do this inside of here. What's like tank something. Aquarium camera 2D, it's this one. We can just change the zoom level from like 3 to 2 like that and just physically make it larger in here. So that is one option. The only thing though is then it's going to be a little bit harder to like see what's happening in your tank because everything's going to be shrunken down. So that's sort of the only issue that I see doing that. It's going to be a little bit hard to see everything. One solution to that maybe is I could increase the UI size a tiny bit. We have a little bit more room on the side here with this panel, and we could make this panel just overlap stuff. It's hard to say. I could visually make it taller. You know, we have some more vertical space here for sure. So that's an option. I was playing at 2 Point Hospital the other day, and I think you can tweak the scroll speed from the controller to get all the info. I would say it's not so much of a problem. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, we have like menus like this for controller. So if I like turn on my controller, right, like you're able to like navigate inside of this menu and zoom in and out with the trigger buttons. The problem though is that like here it doesn't matter because you just sort of click on things. There's nothing for you to like navigate menu wise. The problem though with like a tank like this is like you have to click these buttons up here and you have to use your cursor thing, and you know, it's a little bit more complicated. So moving the camera around and also using those tools is going to be really difficult. I don't know. Yeah, it's a complicated situation. I'm not 100% sure how to deal with it. But I do think there needs to be some kind of visual difference with the large tank, because I think it's going to be a little disappointing if it's the exact same, you know? And yeah, you're saying also like changing it from being rectangular. Yeah, I think what we would do is make it more like octagonal, like this one is or whatever. Where like you'd see like the corners are kind of like beveled. I mean, we don't have to make the inside of this like significantly bigger. Like this is a pretty big change going from 3 zoom level to 2. But the other option is we go like somewhere in between, like 2.5. Like it's still slightly larger, you know? But it's not like so much larger in here that it becomes really hard for us to scale and format it. So that is sort of an option here. Yeah, I don't know. It's just, it's complicated. Yeah, we could make it so that the inside of here in the tank menu. Let's go to the tank menu. Then right here, the sub viewport container, we can increase the size of it. It's got these ultra specific values right now, but we can increase that and stuff. Or I guess we'd actually increase this viewport size, or which one do we do? The panel container. And we just do that. You know, make it physically larger. Just a bit larger. Like it wouldn't have to be super crazy. So that is an option. I don't know, we got to do something though, I feel like, because otherwise it's going to be a little disappointing. So I could change that dynamically when we open this menu. I can just say on change or whatever. Right up in, I think it's setup is where that happens. So let's do that in here. We're gonna say panel container dot size is equal to so the default size is vector2 636332, and then I have to check whether the tank is large or not. So how do I know if it's large or not? This is one thing that's been a little bit of a challenge. Right now, I'll just hard code it. If ID is equal to, I think it's 6 or 7. Then we know it's a big tank. So if it's a big tank, let's just scale this up to, say, 700 by 400. Just to start with that, see what it looks like. So it should work now. You can see it's not like, I don't know if it's actually working. It seems like it didn't do anything. Oh, it's not size. We have to set the custom minimum size. let's do that. Yes, you can see it. It does physically expand in here. And it's not so much that it like breaks everything, you know, UI-wise. So it might be okay. I will have to adjust the positioning of these nodes and stuff, right? Because here it stays on the outside, and then here it goes funny. So. Let's see. Welcome in, Zapencer. Also, Simplink, welcome in. How's it going? So the only thing I worry about though is if this panel ever changes size, or we're like, especially if we're in a different language, right? Like let's say that we're in, oh, what happened to Arabic? This stuff doesn't work anymore. I don't know what happened there. I know what happened. Yeah, I gotta call that again whenever we, Let's go fix that. Inside of the tank stats or whatever. Chop stats script. We have to connect update also to global.language changed. Connect to update. Let's go make sure that worked. Yeah, so now when I change the language, boom, there we go. But yeah, see, if we're in like a different UI, you can see we get into some more problems because now it starts overlapping that panel and stuff like that. So it's a can of worms, you know? I'm not gonna lie. It seems like it's an easy change to make, where it's like, oh yeah, it's just like expand the size of the thing a little bit, but depending on the language, that side can get really long, especially if you're in like one of these languages that are just much wider. Like Chinese looks to be pretty wide, right? And it's totally overlapping. It's not necessarily a major issue to have it overlap, but it just kind of looks bad. I mean, it even does it a tiny bit with the small one, I guess, so maybe it doesn't matter that much. But yeah, I don't know what else we would really do, so we might just have to do like cut the corner, zoom out a little bit with the camera so it's like physically larger also. Would probably be fine then. We need to figure it out now because before people start, like, as soon as you start putting decorations down, that's gonna, you know, it'll make it really hard for me to ever change this again in the future. So we kind of need to know exactly what the plan's gonna be, right? Hey, Nadner, welcome in. How's it going? See, that's complicated. We could probably go wider. Also another layer to this too. Again, let's go back to English so I can read. Is that we have UI scaling, and if we have UI scale set really large like this, then you can see we're basically already at our maximum size. Like we don't have any more room. I can go a little bit wider on the horizontal, I think. Maybe like 730 or something. But I can't go that much more, you know. A little more than that would be okay. Let's go 750. Because also then when you get into another language, something that's larger, like Arabic or something, you know, this UI expands and you can see we're basically at our limit again. Because the vertical height gets larger. So it's complicated. This is still readable pretty much. I don't like how it gets cut at the top. So I think what would be best here is focus more on the horizontal spacing. You know, go up to like 770 or something. Instead of making it so vertically large. Because I think the vertical size of it is where we start to run into problems. Horizontal, we've definitely got a lot more breathing room, right? Because now I guess the issue though is then our little panel is completely unreadable because it stays on the side of the UI. So that is kind of the issue with that. You know, this is what's hard about UI, is taking into account all these different factors. So it's not very easy to do. I don't know. Post the doc on Reddit. Got one guy who made this mod. HBS structures over time. Oh, yeah. Let's go. Yeah, like just structures that change as you play. Okay. Upgrade stoppers. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah, it reminds me almost of the one mod where you get to control the villagers and stuff, you know, in a way. Because I love in that mod how you kind of see your village like expand and increase in size over time. I've always thought that was pretty cool. So yeah, then after you kill the Ender Dragon, it changes to new. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah, it's neat. So many ads when you don't have an ad blocker. You don't even think about it, but it's crazy. Would it be easy making a permanent fix by locking all UI size, and if all text hasn't fit, the text just shrinks? It's really complicated to do that because I don't have any kind of system set up to dynamically scale text sizing, because it's not like this super easy thing to do. I'd have to, I mean, honestly, maybe things will be a little bit different now because there is that new property in Godot called maximum size. So, but see, I don't know if that even is affected by our UI scaling thing, which is the problem, right? Like if I set this to a size or whatever, I don't think that impacts... that changes whenever I change our UI scale, right? UI scales is kind of like a different thing from actual size. It's sort of just like a multiplier on top, so it's a little complicated. Looks so nice, the fish tanks. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Yeah, I think they're coming along. I just made a lot of like lighting changes to the way that these render in. Before the actual like inside of the tank was affected by lighting in the environment, but it just always looked off because tanks themselves are light emitters, like they have lights inside of them. And so it doesn't make sense that the tank would be affected by the lighting, like it just looked bad. So now it's a lot better. It like even in like darker areas of your building, the inside is still like normal brightness. So yeah, I definitely had to do that change. Yeah, I mean, it would be really cool to have more space in the large tank, you know. I also made these buttons over here flash now, too. I mean, I will be honest, the main language that I am targeting is English. Obviously, the other languages are important to me, of course. But, like, if it gets blocked off a little bit over here on the side, it's not the worst thing ever, you know? So we probably could make this all work in here. I don't know if we need to zoom the camera out so much then, if that is what we're going to do. Because normally, so the zoom level normally is at 3, so when you're in this tank, this is what it looks like. So we do sort of the same thing here. So this is what it would look like at zoom level 3. It's almost pretty much the same size, just like a lot wider, right? So we could do that. I'll have to redraw all these backgrounds and substrates specifically for the large tanks if we physically increase their size, which is a little bit annoying, but it's not that big of a deal. They're pretty easy to draw. Do you still love me if I were a light emitting tank? That's the new thing, huh? UI is hard and annoying. Yeah, because it increases the... Also, just the normal font makes this panel over here wider, right? Which is complicated. Well, okay, let's lay out our options, and I just want to genuinely ask you guys what you think would make more sense game-wise. Like, that's the most important thing, right? So our options are, right, large tanks inside are the same size, or large tanks are more zoomed out, or make UI larger but clip the info panel. So these are kind of our options here. So I'll explain each one. So large tanks inside are the same size. Basically, it would just look exactly the same. So you open up a large tank and it looks like this, and that's it. That would be the easiest option. It's already done. But that's also kind of a boring option in my opinion, because I think it's kind of lame if you unlock this new big tank and it's just the same size as the other tanks. Other option is that large tanks are more zoomed out. So basically, instead of physically increasing the size of the UI, which does cause lots of problems, we just like change the zoom factor to just zoom it out more, you know? So it is larger inside. Now there are some downsides with that though. First off, if we're zooming out the inside like that, it means that things are going to be, well, visually smaller. So it's going to be harder to click on things, right? So that's kind of a big issue. Especially on, like, it's not that big of a problem on PC, but, you know, Steam Deck or something like that, I think it becomes very annoying. And then the third option, we make the UI larger. So that would involve probably keeping it at the same zoom level. But then, like, what we just did is, like, physically increase the size of the UI. The downside of that, though, then, is you get a lot of clipping on this little info panel over here. And also, this is going to be kind of... It'll also cause more issues when you increase your UI scale all the way up. Oops. So, like, it kind of really is close to the limits, the boundaries of your screen. So, I don't know. Out of those options, which one are you guys thinking is going to be the best? Because I really don't know. Yeah, you think two, but not by too much. Yeah. Probably be the easiest one. Well, not the easiest, but the easiest, and also having some kind of difference between the two tanks. I guess another option too that I kind of forgot about a little bit is scrolling around in the tank. I don't like the idea of that because it's super janky to do on controller. You know, it's very hard to do because I'd have to like make it so you can move and zoom and do all that stuff. Which, because the problem is like people use their analog stick to navigate, right? I can make it so the triggers are zooming in and out, and that would be fine. But, they'd have to use, like, the other analog stick or something, which is just really complicated, and the UI, the controls get super jank. So. Yeah, I don't know. It's one of the reasons I didn't want to tackle large tanks before, Next Fest, right? Because it's one of those things where I just really wanted to like think about it a lot, because it's going to be an important decision that I'm making here. It does sort of set a precedent. Like, I don't know. The shadows seem super dark. I might have to lighten those up a bit. Yeah, any other opinions on these? I'll just pull this up again. 1 is large tanks are the same size, 2 is they're more zoomed out, 3 is the larger UI, and 4 is scrolling. Scrolling would, yeah, basically just be sort of like how it is in the research menu, where you can like move a camera around inside of the tank like this. And that would mean that we really don't have very much of a limit in terms of how big these tanks could get, right? which is one positive. It keeps us very flexible. But UI wise, it can be a little annoying. Because I've been able to get around it with these two menus, right? Because there's like two things that you need to do in here. It's either just click on thing to unlock it, or you hit X to open this screen to ascend. Bothers me if the big tanks are a tiny amount bigger than down at the bottom. Yeah, I'm gonna move these tanks up. They're not in their final positions. It was hard for me to see where it was lined up inside of the like the editor, so. Grandpa, go into the laboratory. He just dies in there. I don't know what's so... Oh, if you time it just right, you can just like open and close it instantly over and over. Grandpa. What does my heart tell me? What would be the best way? I kind of dislike all the ways. So I realized I think I set the ordering on some of these tiles too high. He's not supposed to go under like that. But we had the same issue with this one over here. Yeah. It's not really supposed to happen. I'll have to fix that. Doesn't feel good that I'm the only one with opinion. Yeah, anyone else have any opinions on the 4 different options we've got here in terms of how to display the large tanks? You don't even have to explain it. I think it's fine if just to drop a number or something in chat. I'm just curious. I might potentially also do like a poll on Discord, but the problem is I'd like to get this done today. I've got a lot of things I need to do, so I don't want to take forever. 5, yeah. Welcome in, Enrico. What I missed? Not much. We're just talking about like... So we have these new large tanks in the game. We want to figure out a way to kind of visually make them larger inside of here, but it's really tricky with the UI, right? Because then we start having issues where like it overlaps our little panel over here and stuff. So we've got some options on how to deal with that. We could just make it so it's the same as the small tanks, which is a little disappointing because then you go into a big tank and it looks visually the same as the small one. Could also do the large tanks are just more zoomed out. That causes issues on excuse me, smaller screens like Steam Deck. Could be a cylinder instead of a box. I did have it like kind of a smooth cylindrical tank before, honestly. And I just don't like how it looked. I thought it looked sort of like odd. Like you have all these like super boxy looking assets all over, and then just this weird like cylindrical tube, and I was like, that doesn't look very good. I don't know. It looked like almost too simple. So I changed it to have this like thick wooden frame and stuff around. I feel like that does look better, just given the vibe of this building. But I don't know. Eventually in the future, I might make it so you can have like multiple different like styles of exterior tanks or something. Because I think it'd be kind of cool. Ugh. So you think where you can zoom in and out? Yeah. Yeah, that's one of the potential routes we could take, like where you can zoom and like scroll inside the tank, because we have like the research menu and the ascension menu have that system already, where it's got a camera and you just like zoom in and out like this. So that is an option. Realize I probably need to increase the size of the Ascension menu because the window you zoom in and out of and stuff is kind of really tiny. What's the difference between the big and small if you can upgrade the size anyways? The large tanks, so it's going to be set up where you can only place large fish into the large tanks. Whoa, I don't know what happened to the text on here. That's pretty weird. What happened there? It's just on English. What probably happened, my guess, is that those only get generated once. And so probably generated with a language that isn't supported. Like Arabic or something. Man, this menu is a little weird in Arabic. I don't like how the spacing in the Arabic language is so enormous. The vertical spacing. It looks very, kind of janky, I'm not gonna lie. Okay, I'll probably have to fix that issue. Didn't realize it did that. But if I go to the main menu and then go back in, it'll be fine. Yeah. What text would it be using that just doesn't work? I don't even know. It's pretty weird. I have to figure that out. But yeah, that's going to be one of the things where large fish can only go into large tanks. Because it's just like I have ideas for more large fish that I want to add into the game. But it starts to kind of become a little goofy. Where if you put it just looks stupid to put a super big fish into a tiny tank like this. You know, it's like they're like half the size of the tank, and it's like, it's just weird. And just gameplay wise, it feels kind of like there should be like an eventual like tank upgrade. Something more meaningful than just these upgrades. At least that's what I think. I think the effect doesn't need to be that big. The background probably make it feel more different. Yeah. And that's why I'm like, do we really want to open up that can of worms of having to do like a zooming and panning system? Because that's kind of complicated, you know? Like, part of me wants to just slightly increase the size and change the background a bit, and I feel like that would probably be just enough difference to make it feel good, right? Because it is a can of worms to do all that other stuff. Because I would have to sort of rebuild all of the way that the UI works, and it's just a lot of work right now. Then I don't know if all that work is worth it. So like we could literally just do this, keep the zoom level the same and everything so it's easy to click on things. Just ever so slightly increase the box here. I'll have to move this panel to a better position, but I should have been doing that already anyways. I don't know why it's not. I can shrink the horizontal width just a tiny bit more so it's not clipping over into that panel, at least in English. It's going to clip in other languages, but I don't know if there's much I can really do to prevent that from happening. Like, see, that's okay right there, just doing that. And I don't think the text can get much longer than that. I think it could become one more digit long, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. But then if I just, like, cut the corners of it and make it, like, a different shape, I think it would look different enough. I know there's kind of from like 25 minutes ago. Oh, yeah, it's all good. I found any good resources online for Twitcher to just tough it through the code. Yeah, it was mostly just doing that. Oh yeah, I have this. Well, I'm probably not supposed to show everyone this marketing sheet. Let me close this. I got invited to like a marketing sheet thing with a bunch of emails on it, but I think it's like a private thing, and I don't think I'm supposed to show people that. Okay. What was I gonna look up? Yeah, I pretty much just raw dogged it with the Twitcher documentation. Well, when I set up the whole overlay, the Twitcher documentation did not was not a thing. So it was pretty brutal. I'm not gonna lie. There wasn't really any tutorials. It was pretty much just full raw dogging it, going through the classes and stuff and trying to understand what everything did. So I would literally just do this where I'm like, Twitch global, I control click into it and just read the functions, and I have to kind of start to understand what they do. There's a little bit of like info here on what they do, like, you know, returns the definition. So like it wasn't completely impossible because there was some info on how to do this stuff, but it's pretty terrible to do it that way. Kind of doing that with Gift. Let me watch how to connect it to Twitch. What is Gift? Some kind of API, I assume. Gift. Programming. Gift plugin? Gift Godot. There it is. I think I might have messed with this one before. And I think I had a bunch of problems with it and it didn't work for me. I do think Twitcher, as far as I can... I've messed with a bunch of them before. I landed on Twitcher. Twitcher, to me, is the best one. So... yeah, it's Godot Twitch integration, basically just RC, but I think it could do more. Okay. Yeah, I mess with all these ones. I think I used Gift at one point. I tried to use this one and this one, I think. Very simple Twitch. But it just, I had so many issues with these, like it would keep like, I just couldn't even get this one working at all, so that's when I tried out Twitcher, and that one works so much better for me. So. Kind of random, but if you get permission from Mr. Brother of yours, yeah, we definitely have permission, I think. Should release the OST from Lurden on YouTube Music. Interesting. Yeah, a lot easier upload compared to Spotify. He's probably going to go through, like, he uses DistroKid to release his music, so that'll probably do a release on, like, Spotify and YouTube and all these different platforms, I think, for him. So we'll definitely be setting up a... hold on, I had Graham's DMs open. We'll definitely set that up. And then also the Steam soundtrack, too. That's, like, purchasable. I do actually have a new song here, Melonhead. Here, if we're gonna listen to this, we might as well listen to it. Is that too loud? If it's too loud, let me know. I'm probably gonna add this into the game right now anyways. Let's just go do it. Let's go throw it into music. I think I have a limiter on OBS, so hopefully it's not too loud. Melonhead. I'll turn that desktop audio though. We're gonna listen to it. Yeah, song sneak peek, guys. I actually haven't listened to it yet. Or I think he like showed it to me for like 2 seconds one time. Oh, this reminds me of the soundtrack of Spilled Mushrooms. What's that? This one. That's interesting. I might have to play this game. This is like a full game on Steam now. It's on Playdate, whatever this is. Okay. Is it on Steam? I don't think so. play date. Don't think it's on Steam. It was Mycelium Maven. Heaven. It's not the same game. It's only for play date. Okay. What is play date? Is that a device? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, it's this thing. I've seen this around. Okay. Interesting. It's a tiny little guy. The crank. You can crank it? Oh, it's very interesting. It's like 1 bit only. All right, but yeah, that's the song. So I think it's pretty epic. It's pretty fire. We're gonna add that into the game. Let's just go at it right now because it's extremely easy for me to add the music. Actually, I do need to. Did my overlay crash? Oh, we toggled the music. I'm just stupid. I need to go and convert it into an OGG first. So let's do that. Let's go into here. Melonhead. I do this just so the game file size doesn't get enormous, because this one track is 24 megabytes. So you could see how that would get enormous if you have like 15 tracks that are all like 20 megabytes, you know. So that brings it down to 2. It's much, much smaller. It's still funny though, even converting to OGGs, the largest things in lured in is the music. God dang it, I just opened Spotify by accident. Yeah, your Spotify. Go away. Sorry if I missed other messages in here. Literally just hijack some of the code to run username message through my function, then process it, and then send the message. It's just an easy one-liner. Oh, okay, nice. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure if it's working for you, then that's you can use it, you know? There's no reason not to. All right. Music. Melonhead. Just wondering, you spent him and your brother? Did your brother just decide to do the music for Lurden? Ben is not my brother. My brother is a Gumbo Supreme. He's in the credits. Let me go delete this. Okay. So now we can go pop this into the music list. Where is that? Right here. Preload. Melonhead. But yeah, the reason my brother's doing the music, he had to do like a volunteer thing for high school. So, it was just convenient that he could just do it for me, right? Basically, he just had to do like community service or whatever, just volunteer for like a business. So we decided to just go that route. But yeah, the music has been pretty good. I've thought in the past, I think we talked about it on the Discord server, but definitely I want to have this like core soundtrack, but I think it would be really cool if we could have like people submit music to be played in game, like be like an optional track, you know, that you can enable. We'll have like a music panel that you can open up and stuff. I do think it would be really cool. So if anyone is interested in that, let me know. But yeah, it'd be fun. Would you call your brother part of Big Boy Games now? I guess sort of in a way. I mean, associated with Big Boy Games, but it's kind of like I don't know if he wants to continue making music for other stuff. From what I can tell, it seems like he just wants to do this stuff and then be done with it. So, which is totally fine, right? So I don't know if he's gonna continue making music for other games in the future. So far, it seems like probably not, but who knows? Depends on what he wants to do, you know? He's kind of really busy right now. because he's like just about to go into university, and so it's like, you know, he's got a bunch of stuff going on. So I don't want to like pressure him and be like, you must do this for me now, and you know, it's just annoying. All right, so now that we have this little offset thing, this makes it significantly easier to position this. And then we can change the pivot offset to 0.5. And we can also do offset transform, and this is a really cool one, where there's this new thing now, position ratio. I can just set it to -0.5, turn off visual only, and now it's just in the right position. I can also do this position ratio, set it like really small, like 0.005 or something, and now it'll just stay in the right position. It's kind of really cool. So I didn't realize what the offset transform stuff was before, but now actually messing with it and engine and stuff, I realize like this is actually extremely nice for doing UI positioning and all that. So that should now look okay in here when I open stuff up. Yeah, in the large tank, you can see it's in the right position, and then also in the small tank. So we're gaming there now. I do need to fix his line, because for some reason it's just not connecting up to anything anymore. I don't know what happened there. So I might possibly change that position ratio so it kind of overlaps a little bit, actually, because I think sometimes when it's really far out, it looks kind of odd. Like it's like not pointing to something in here. So I think I actually kind of like the overlap, in all honesty. So that should stay at the middle of this UI. It doesn't seem to for some reason. Like here, that might be the middle, but it feels like it's up more. But it could just be because of how this is positioned here. I mean, here it's not in the middle of this box either, so I think it's fine, actually. Yeah, it seems to be the same position. Okay. I think it's fine. He's going to university? Yeah. It's awesome. Hope he has a good time. Yeah. He's going to be starting this fall, so. Yeah, what degree is he doing? That's the thing that he needs to figure out right now. He's just like doing exploratory or whatever, doing like the, just all the like requirements and stuff. You know, just like there's like a basic curriculum you have to complete, stuff just like simple math and English, and just I guess so you have like a baseline going into all the other degrees. So he's just focusing on that right now. He hasn't like declared a major. They call that exploratory studies. So we'll see. We'll see what he decides. Ben Pittman is your bro, not your brother. Exactly, yeah. Alright, how do we want to adjust this line? So clearly it's just not working anymore. I don't know what happened to it. So somewhere in here, I control that line. Okay, right here. So I say, get the line, viewport. Okay, so I noticed something that has changed in Godot 4.7 is you can no longer directly edit points in a line. Because I was trying to do this in another thing, it broke the animation we have on the fish, and I realized that this is a thing. I feel like this is something that needs to be brought up in the migration guide, because it does have an impact. But it should be really easy. We just need to fix this. So essentially, instead of saying points 1 is equal to that or whatever, we just have to set the points manually. So we just have to say line dot points is equal to an array of vector 2.0 and line to local position, and that should fix it. So now we can see it works. So that's all you really have to do there. And I think it still works in here. For some reason, I guess maybe the way I do it in here was actually okay. That's kind of funny. But yeah, we're good now. Cool. So I guess we just need to redraw the backgrounds for the large tank now. It's a little annoying, but it is what it is. Snooze that ad. Oh, man. It didn't update my game to Godot 4.7. I'm still on 4.6. Wait for my next project to update. I mean, that's fair. Honestly, there is not very many breaking changes at all with 4.7. That is the only breaking change I've had. Like, that's it. So, they have this migration guide, and it goes over, like, all the things that have changed. And it's, you know, really not very much in here. It's a lot of very specific things that have changed, so unless you're using those specific things, there's kind of no practical difference. Your game is releasing August 18th, so I'll not take the risk. I mean, Lurden's releasing on the 17th. I did take the risk, but it's just because I'm pretty familiar with the engine and stuff, and so I can read through here and know precisely if it's going to cause issues for me or not. And none of this stuff I use, so I wasn't very worried about it. So it seems like everything was completely fine, like it didn't break anything for me. For me, it's worth it because the new stuff in the new version, like, pertains so closely to the things that I use, you know? No, my controller turned off. But like being able to like set like maximum UI size, this game is so UI heavy, so. But yeah, what's your game? If you want to drop a link in chat, I'd love to check it out. Totally welcome to. Okay. So I just need to go into the world node or whatever that's called and change the size of this UI a bit. Well, not the UI, you know, the background and all that jazz. It's gonna be annoying, but I also have to change this now because the large tank is different. One thing is, I don't think it increased at a proportional size. I mean, I guess it's not proportional here either, so it doesn't really matter. But let's see. Gambit's Escape. Okay. Oh. Very cool. Also game that combines Minesweeper, inspired deduction of the card mechanics. Nice. I've always liked the mechanics in Minesweeper. I don't really ever see any other games do that. I've only ever seen games just make Minesweeper, but not like take the concepts of Minesweeper and put it into something else, so this is really neat. Very cool. Yeah, I like all the art and stuff you got going on here. Interesting, there's like some blurred sections. Yeah, this is really cool. So you're releasing August. I'd recommend like officially putting the specific date on Steam, by the way. But with the new personal calendar, you have to have an actual date in order for it to show up. So that's why I've specifically like entered in July 17th now on Steam, so that it shows up on the personal calendar. At least I'm pretty sure that you need to do that. Maybe I'm wrong, but I was a bit bummed that my friend couldn't finish the... What does that sound? Oh, it's playing the trailer. It's Steam. Yeah, I couldn't finish the capsule in time for Next Fest. Well, that's too bad. I mean, honestly, Next Fest this year, I'm gonna be real, wasn't very important. I think there was just so many games this year that I noticed lured in, and all the other games I've seen analytics for, like through my publisher and stuff like that, and the Discord server, everyone's sharing their stats on there and stuff. It seems like in general, like it's just been a worse Next Fest for everybody. And I think it's, just the number of games, right? Because there's like literally, I think twice as many games as last year or something. We've gone from like a couple thousand to now like 5,000, I think. So that's, I think the reason why it just doesn't matter as much anymore. Next Fest is a nice little boost, but like I didn't like didn't like explode particularly amazingly or anything during Next Fest, you know? Like in previous Next Fest, I've seen people that have gotten thousands and thousands of wish lists. Now, okay, this does say 2,000 wish lists from Next Fest, but I'm gonna be real, I don't think it's from Next Fest. I think it's from a video I put up. I do need to get the build reviewed on here, so we're probably gonna do that soon. I mean, the game is playable right now, so it's easy, but yeah, right here, so we can look at like the wishlist chart and stuff. And this is the spike here from Next Fest. I mean, it's definitely not bad, but I also had a video do super well during this time, and you can see all these other spikes. These are from my own shorts doing well. So I really do think it was just mostly my own short that did this. It's funny because it makes it look like Next Fest is like the reason I got so many wish lists, but I don't think it's the actual reason. So, yeah, 5,000 games submitted. It's crazy. Yeah. I mean, a lot of it is slop though. So it's not like you have to be like, it's not good to look at that and think that there's like no chance to succeed, because it's just not true. Let's see, refresh the page. Oh yeah. I don't know how to refresh in this OBS thing. Let me open this on my regular browser. Let's go. Yeah, August 18th. Very nice. Yeah, so that'll show up in the personal calendar, and I've seen that like day by day just keeps doing better and better for me. I'm hoping that the personal calendar will be a good replacement for Next Fest, because it's personalized, right? Which means that new and trending is kind of dead now for indie developers, because you need millions of wish lists to go on there anymore. But if you look at like marketing and stuff, you can see the number of visits and impressions from the personal calendar. And now that's becoming a pretty sizable chunk of my impressions. So yeah, hopefully that'll be good. We'll see what happens. You can look at like the last month. And it's going to vary a bit day by day, just because, you know, people tend to be on Steam during the weekends, but this one down here is personal calendar. You know, it's bringing in some, and from what I've seen also, it doesn't really start to ramp up until like 2 weeks before, because then it's on the front page of the personal calendar. So I think once we hit the 2-week date from launch, we're probably going to see personal calendar really explode, hopefully. So what was the biggest issue you've had with the game? Yeah, honestly, it's harder to pinpoint a specific like major problem I've had with Lured In compared to something like Starground, just because development has been eons easier for me. Biggest issue I've had, huh? Every issue I've ever had has been pretty easy for me to solve. I guess it's not necessarily a major issue, but like just one of the more complicated, annoying things that I've had to set up for the game has to do with the viewport stuff inside of the tanks, you know? Because it's kind of a lot of code and nodes in here, as you can see, to get this displaying properly. Because I have to like simulate a whole world in here, and then put that all underneath a viewport, and then put that under a viewport container. And also having this like full screen functionality and stuff kind of adds another layer of complexity to everything. So I think that to me has been like the most complicated process, just getting all of that working. So. But, you know, the thing is too with that, I wouldn't necessarily say it was a major issue per se. So, yeah, I haven't really had a lot of issues with Lurden. It's crazy how making a single player game means that it's significantly easier to develop. Who would have guessed? Multiplayer is so much harder in comparison. So, it hasn't been too bad. Yeah, multiplayer is a pain. I don't think multiplayer is worth it unless you have an extremely good idea for multiplayer, you know? Because I did multiplayer for Starground, and it was just like... It's a nightmare. So much work. So... I don't think it was worth it to do multiplayer for Starground. Let's see, we got a negative review for Starground. Infinite no risk resources. I can never recommend a factory game without either finite resources or enemy scaling. Okay. At least you learned a lot. I definitely did. I mean, I feel like it's now like... Oh yeah, also let me wishlist your game really quick. Because it looks epic. I would actually like to try it. I'll have to try out your demo. Let's go. What'd you do for all the art? Did you make all the art by hand, or... I can tell this is made in Godot. Not as a... That's not a negative. But it's just because it's like... There's some things with Godot I can always super easily tell. Like the anti-aliasing on the outlines of your text, and also the specific like opacity of the disabled buttons and stuff. It's, again, not a bad thing. I always notice that now with engines, like I can always tell when something's made in Unity and Unreal and stuff, just based off of those little quirks like that. Made only the cards and buttons, but the background is from Itch. Ah, okay, cool. Yeah, looks good. I'll have to check out your demo. We got ads going on. My apologies, everybody. We'll wait for all those to finish up. It's kind of interesting how I feel like I don't care so much about Starground's reviews anymore. I think it's because now, like, since I'm working on other games, it's kind of like... Before, Starground was the game, you know, that kind of branded me as a developer. But now it's not anymore. Like, Lurden's going to come out in July, and so, like, this is just one of the games. So I think it doesn't feel as important anymore. Like, the reviews, you know? So, whatever. I don't think I'm ever going to get above 80% again on Starground. It's very unlikely. Unless I have some insane, super positive, full release of the game, which probably won't happen. But I kind of don't care anymore. It's like ripping off a Band-Aid. Once you've gotten to your low spot, now it doesn't feel so bad anymore. Still not necessarily a bad rating for a game. I mean, of course, above 80% would be ideal, but it's whatever. I don't care. I don't care anymore. I used to be very perfectionist, etc. Since 2019, I've tried making games from scratch, but I always ended up getting tired of the project. After seeing a talk by Jeff Vogel at GDC, it kind of opened my mind about asset outsourcing. Yeah. The only exception was my first commercial game. For the play date, I did all the pixel art, my friend. Let's see. I want to pronounce it correctly. Spanish accented E, that would be pronounced Adito? That's probably wrong. Created the panel cutscenes. I had sourced the music and sound effects on Itch. Yeah. Oh yeah, this is your first commercial game? Ooh. Oh, let's go. Yeah, I saw this one on the main page. Very epic. Yeah, it's cool. Yeah, I've never really done too much of like asset outsourcing stuff before. I think like I've done so many assets now, I almost feel in a little bit of a way that I've been able to overcome that hump of it being the most difficult part. I think now as time goes on, which is a good thing, the hardest part for me with game development has just become design, you know? And that's good. Like, I feel like that's the way it should be. The actual programming to me is kind of nothing anymore. The art creation, it's a little harder in 3D just because I haven't messed with that medium very much, but I think as I work on deadlift and stuff, that'll also probably become a lot more easy for me to tackle. I do games as a hobby on my free time, a full-time job, so I use 2 hours a day on my personal projects. Yeah, like it's a different scenario, right? Like for me, this is like my full-time thing, so I have the time to like spend on learning and improving. But yeah, I mean, if I only had 2 hours a day to work on stuff like this, there's no way I could ever get things done. So yeah, that's the good thing about having assets available to you, right? So I think it's very cool that you can use assets if you need to. Yeah, very happy with my progress lately. I'm shipping games instead of abandoning them. Yeah, it's very cool. Yeah, congrats on that. Because that's always like the big, honestly, just shipping one game immediately puts you ahead of like 90% of aspiring game developers, you know? That's kind of insane. When you really look at the stats that way, you realize that it seems like it's an impossibility to ever succeed with game development, you know? But then when you truly look at just how many people abandon game development after their first launch and stuff, you realize that it's like, it's just a matter of, you know, discipline. Like if you can release a second game or even a third or fourth game, those odds of you succeeding grow so much, you know? And I've really found that myself, honestly, you know? First game, Pogo Rocket, a complete failure. And, you know, there's always a crossroads after each game where you're like, well, is it worth my time to do another game? And I definitely wanted to do more. I was like, you just kind of have to ignore it sometimes with stuff like this, where it's like, if a game doesn't do very well, you just have to accept it and move on and not dwell on it, right? And then Starground came out, and like that did pretty good. I earned a bit of money from that. Not an insane amount of money, but, you know, I feel like there's a trend. And now Lurden has even more wish lists than Starground ever had, so that's kind of promising. So I'm hoping that Lurden will make even more money than Starground. It's hard to say because Lurden's going to be cheaper than Starground probably, so it's kind of like, you never really know if the sales to price is going to be worth more or not, but it doesn't matter. My dream is to make a living from my projects. I'll keep working on them in my spare time. If I ever manage to earn a living from them, I'll definitely leave my full-time job. Yeah, that's the goal here. I mean, I am doing it full-time, but it's sort of in one of those situations where it's like, just because I'm putting in a full-time amount of effort doesn't necessarily mean I'm making a full-time wage, if you know what I mean. I made enough to keep doing it. Well, I mean, I've made like a decent amount of money, but not very much, especially given the area that I live in. A normal, like, okay, like comfortable salary for where I live is like $100,000 a year. And I didn't make $100,000. So I'm definitely not where I want to be in terms of income, you know, not even close. But and also you take that money I made from the game and spread it out over like 2 years and it doesn't seem as impressive anymore. But it's still like I'm living with my parents, saving up more money, and hopefully one of these launches will make me enough to where that won't be the case anymore. So, well, fingers crossed. Thank you. But yeah. I don't know if you know Orange Pixel. He's been doing this for 14 years. I might have heard of him before. I've probably at least heard of some of these games then, I bet. Let's see what he's made. Shard, Regulators, Snake Core. I don't think I've seen any of these games before. Groundskeepers. It's cool though. It's always really inspiring, I think, sometimes to realize that like success is not an easy road. I think it's always like you see these one-hit wonders happen all the time, and because everybody focuses on stuff like that, where you see Balatro come out and it's like, this is my first game and I made $50 million. But in reality, that just doesn't really happen. And I think looking at developers like this, it's like a good thing mentally, where you realize like game development is a long road, and it's okay if you don't immediately make a super successful, profitable launch right off the bat, you know? So, but yeah. Yeah, that's cool. He's got a whole bunch of games in here. I feel like game development for me is one of those things where I'm probably gonna just keep making games forever. I feel like if I ever got like a full-time job or something, the itch will come back, as I call it. I have like an insatiable hunger to make more games. Like every time after I finish a game, I'm like, oh, okay, I need a break. And then immediately I'm like, well, this would be a cool little thing to work on though, just for fun. And then it turns into a full commercial project, like instantly. But yeah. Well, let's see. Welcome in, Brownhounds. How's it going? And he makes like 60k euros a year or something like that. Yeah, that's very cool. Yeah, 2-3 games a year. I definitely think the strategy for being financially successful with game development is launching games more frequently, because it's just so much more, like such a smaller amount of risk, right? I think when some developers like work on their dream games for 5 years and stuff, the technical debt starts compounding, and trying to be motivated working on something for that long is nearly impossible for me, at least. Like even working on something for 6 months, I'm like practically ready to move on. So it's kind of crazy. I have had a really good time with Lured In. It's like one of those things where I want to leave it in a good spot. Starground for me has now become not fun anymore and something that I dread. But if I can like leave Lured In a good position and come back and do a couple content updates and just make it a positive thing for me, I think that would be better. I hate being chained down to one thing for a super long time, so. Check this later off stream. Yeah, I'll have to check that out. Copy the link. Put it over in this tab. Yeah, I'll listen through that. I think what Jonathan Blow did with Order of the Sinking Stars is totally an outlier. Interesting. Yeah, does he talk about that in this? Oh wait, this is not. Or is that him? I don't know. What did he do with Sinking Stars? Order of the Sinking Stars. This game. Made this game for 10 years? Oh, that's insane. Yeah, see, I feel like, I'm gonna be honest, no matter how much you enjoy your game or universe and stuff, there's no way for you to predict how long you're gonna stay motivated to work on something, you know? I've gone into projects where I'm like, I feel like I could work on this forever. And then 6 months later, I hit like that moment where I'm like, oh, I don't want to work on this anymore, you know? That's why I always want to leave myself in the future now like an out, you know? A way for me to leave when I start hating the project that I'm working on, because I think it'll eventually happen. So, oh yeah, this guy, I think I saw him streaming one time. It's very epic. I mean, clearly this game's doing very well, though. He's got over 1,000 demo reviews, so he's probably going to make a lot of money. What I call Starter on your dream project? I mean, at a certain point in time, I think it was. But I think now, as time goes on, my idea of what a dream project is changes. I think initially my dream project was something expansive and vast and epic. But now when I think about developing something like that, I realize how hard it is, and now it's not my dream project anymore, right? Honestly, my kind of dream project is something that is easy and small that I can expand later on, but also abandon if I feel like. And that's not because I hate the games I make or something, but it's just because it's, you know, freedom to do what I actually want to do. Just in case I start not liking development of the game. I know he made a lot of money from Braden the Witness, so maybe that's why he could do that. Yeah, like here's the thing too, if I was in a different financial position, I don't think I would care so much about releasing things fast. Yeah, because I mean, this game is over 1,600 reviews, so that's probably, oh man, and also at $20 launch price, he's probably made a lot of money from this game. 1,600 reviews, you're probably looking at like quite a bit of cash from that. There's like the Steam revenue calculator, you know, and we can type in all the stats of it. And this is anniversary edition, so there might have been another launch like before that or something. But if you look at like 1679 for the number of reviews at $20, you know, it's quite a big chunk of change. If you're giving yourself like $100,000 salary a year, then you can easily go 8 years. So, and since this is also, I mean, it's only 2 years ago, so he's probably going to make a lot more money than that. So, yeah. It's pretty crazy. Let's see. I think this game has real potential. I appreciate it. I play ESO sometimes. What is ESO? ESO game. Oh, Elder Scrolls. Yeah, duh. Oh, that's crazy. Even made new programming language Jai. Oh, really? That's insane. Yeah, this is the remaster. He made the OG, which was released for... Okay, so he's probably made so much more money than this then. Like, this is probably a small percentage of his actual earnings. He's one of the first indie developers along with Super Meat Boy and Fez and so on. That's crazy, yeah. We should do the talking at the same time as drawing a dank background. It's hard for me to do both sometimes. I can get started on that though, for sure. We have to figure out what the resolution is of our sub viewport and stuff. It's not super easy to do. Let's go check. But yeah. And what I was saying is like, I feel like if I was in a financial position like that, then yeah, I would just keep working on a game as long as I want to. I think part of the reason I start to feel tired of working on games is just because I know financially it's not always a good decision. And for me, that's the thing that kills my motivation. Where I'm like, do I really want to spend all this time working on this? Or is it better for me to just move on and make the next game and probably make more money that way? You know, and again, I hate ever having to think that way. But that's just how it goes. So this is 734 by 384. Let's go do that. Let's see. Dirtlangs, welcome in. I'm also making a game as indie dev. Can I send a clip of it? Yeah, you're totally welcome to. As long as it's just like on YouTube or something. I don't ever go to people's personal websites because it's kind of scary. Let's resize the canvas. Also, I think since the zoom level is 3, we have to divide that number by 3. So 734 by 384. Let's go divide it. So it's now going to become like 245 by, it's not too much taller, I think. 384 divided by 3 by 128. Boom. So this is how big it's going to be now. Let's see what our distance is. 19 pixels there and 18 pixels. Oh no. I'm going to just expand it 1 pixel on the right. I always like to have my assets like an even number for stuff like this, because otherwise you get like half pixel scaling issues. Okay, so we have to figure out how we want the tank to work. It's kind of got like a little corner chunk taken out of it, so I'm going to move this to the bottom left. It's on TikTok. Yeah, let's check it out.
What if you could change the game mid-game?
I hate TikTok.
Wall
so
puck
much.
lets you spawn walls on the fly. Redirect the puck,
turn it down.
outsmart your opponent, and take the win. Play free at itch.io. Link in bio. What if you could change the game mid-game? Wall puck lets you spawn walls on the fly.
Okay,
Redirect
so it's
the
like
puck,
air hockey, but
outsmart
you
your
can
opponent,
like
and take
create
the win.
barriers and stuff.
Play free at itch.io.
It's kind of neat.
Link in bio. What if you could change the
That's pretty epic. What engine are you using to make it? Let's see. There's a sunfish love at Zombies of the Oceans. Yeah, it's crazy. They just let people eat them and they don't care. They're just like, okay. It's pretty wild. I'm probably going to move all these tank backgrounds and stuff into their own folder because it's kind of really annoying having them just sprinkle throughout all this random stuff. So I think we're going to do that. So let's go into here and do new folder. Call it a tank assets. And then tank background blue large. Okay. So then the next step of this is we have to sort of add like the angle to it. I'm not 100% sure how I want to do that right now, but I think we'll do like something sort of like this, then have like a line like that. I might do a 45. It's hard to say what I want to do here. All right, so let's do a 45 and let's go out like 14 pixels or something. Okay. Ooh. Why is the angling funny? Let me do a 45 angle. What is it doing? Okay. That'll be fine. And then we'll have these other vertical lines here like this, I think. That's how we want to design this background. Oh, come on. There we go. I think like that. I might want to move this all down then. Or move this background up. It's probably going to be the play. And then select this stuff over here. I don't know how the reflections would work with a background like this. It'd probably have like a line from here to there or something weird. I don't know. We'll have to figure that one out. But something sort of along these lines, I think. It's like in very early alpha, basically 3D air hockey, but you can place walls. Yeah. Godot, nice, nice. Very cool. Yeah, could be fun. I've been doing a lot of content creation stuff on TikTok and all that, so it's been a big help in getting eyes on Lured In. Some of these videos have done very well, some others not. But like this one recently did
the
super
worst thing
good.
about getting a negative review on Steam is not, but the real jab
Just
is when and it's
yapping
well,
about
it sits there. Never really
reviews.
from Grandpa. It's hard.
What else do we have that did really good on here? This one did good.
I was shocked by how all of you.
I hate to say it, but the controversial videos are the most successful.
Accessibility helps everyone. Let's say my pixel art
people
font
like
is
to
hard read,
argue.
so I add in a new font option. Most people don't.
I mean, controversial, quote unquote. I don't think these should be controversial, but they just end up being. So videos where I talk about accessibility in gaming, those do really well. This video where I talked about shaders. Apparently it's super controversial because some people are like, you should never ever use shaders in pixel art. It looks terrible.
Seriously.
So that's why that one did well. And same thing here. Any opinion does really well. I don't know. It's just kind of crazy to me. I don't like making videos that are controversial. But also we hit 9K subs. We're almost on our track to 10K. That's pretty insane. And it's different though on YouTube. I find that the videos that did do really well still did well here on YouTube also. Like these ones have over 200,000 views and stuff. But I don't think these ones are particularly controversial, so I don't know why these did so well.
Before it was useless jagged edge being faster.
YouTube is a bit different. TikTok is very controversy driven. I feel like it's the same thing with Instagram also. But yeah. Let's see, evolution is crazy. I just started reading the selfish gene. Oh yeah, that's like a whole thing. Evolution is insane. Yeah. Especially like evolution of like behavioral evolution and stuff can be really fascinating. I mean, yeah, the way that like culture and stuff has evolved in humanity is like so insane. You know? The fact that like the way we think and behave and stuff evolves around us needing to work together to survive. It's just very interesting. But we think of like our psychology and stuff being like a choice, but it really is hard-coded into our brains to think and behave certain ways. It's pretty weird. I mean, of course it is a choice to a certain extent, but like... Anyways. But yeah. Some of those videos do pretty well. I need to post more. It's sometimes, especially now that we're getting closer to release, you know? I'm spending a lot of time working on the game, and it's hard for me to find the time to make more videos, so we'll have to see what happens. I'll post more eventually, though. Yeah, and I need to move all of these other backgrounds over and stuff. What's the ratio we've got going here? I think that'll be fine there. It looks to be about the same ratio. So how would this work? It's easy to do the reflection here because it's just reflecting what this is here. But if I have this, then this is reflecting what's happening here. And this is reflecting... You know, it's like weird. I don't know how to do it. What would probably make more sense here is just for this to be flat, like this. And then this here would probably actually be like an inverted diagonal, right? Like that. I know it looks kind of wrong, but I think that's how it would work in reality. It's just super weird. I'm probably not going to worry so much about the reflections, just kind of do whatever looks, you know, normal. I might honestly, just for simplicity's sake, just do this. Do the flat line again. Because I think it's the thing that looks the least broken. It's kind of like we have like a horizon line. Just like that. So I'll probably just do that. Okay, so we're going to have to change things quite a bit. We're going to have to go into one of our tables. I don't remember which one it is. I think it's the tank attributes table, and we have these different backgrounds and stuff. So instead of just having sprite, now we have to have a big and small version of each of these. which is a little annoying. But it is what it is. So yeah, let's go move all of our substrates and stuff. All of these things. And then we also have icons for these. I'm going to move those over too. And I want to move all of that into our new folder for tank assets. So all of these are going to go into tank assets. It's just easier for me to see what's happening in here, I think. And there's also, so that was all the substrate. We have like tank backgrounds too. All of these. Into tank assets. And now I have to go update all the file paths. A little bit annoying. So this is gravel. So we need the tank substrate gravel icon. Let's just do this, it's easier. Just add tank assets. Oopsies. Let me copy it with the slash. All of these guys need to be moved over. All right. And then the last thing we need to do here is just add the other variants. So we need large. I guess a sprite large. And then we're going to do this, but then have like the large variant. So I haven't done any of the substrates yet. For now, we're just going to do the blue ones so I can start like testing it. The sprite large is going to be tank. Background blue large. It's annoying to have to duplicate all these assets and like redraw them, but it is what it is. It's just all just FD is null. Still don't know what that error is. Oh, I got some errors here. I do notice these errors sometimes. I don't know what node is causing this. One of them, though. It doesn't tell me what node. Oh, set tank viewport. I think it's when I full screen the tank, isn't it? It throws that error. Because it's re-adding it as a child. I see. Okay. We'll have to fix that. So let's see, we did all that. So now in our code for when we set the background of the tank, we're gonna have to check whether it's a large tank or not. Let's go do that. Where would that be? That's gonna be in the update function. Right here, where we set the sprites. So we're getting that stuff. Okay, so I'm going to define these first. I'm going to say var substrate sprite, right? And var background sprite. And it'll be equal to these things by default. But if we are in a large tank, then we're going to change them. So substrate sprite is equal to substrate data dot sprite large, I think is what it is. And same here. Then these are going to be equal to background sprite and substrate sprite. And then let's go define a large tank, because in setup, I set that variable. Equals false. So I'm just going to say large tank is equal to either of these. And I'm going to change that so there is a way we can actually identify which tank is large and stuff. if large tank. Okay. So sprite large. We should be okay, I think. It's gonna try and do it though on the other assets we have. So the game might crash. I'm just gonna have to go in here and set all of the assets first. So for now, I'm just gonna copy these and call them sprite large. Sprite large, light blue, sprite large, the forest. I need to go now. Have a good one. Sounds good. Thank you so much for coming in. I do appreciate it. But yeah, have a good rest of your night or day, wherever you are. Okay, so now it should be able to grab those large sprites. The next thing that we have to change here is you might notice that it has this mask around it. And this is actually just a sprite. So I'm going to have to change this. I use this for kind of having just a border around everything when you're in full screen. Because otherwise there can be times where like the edges are visible and it just looks bad. So I'll have to redraw this sprite to make it larger. Basically it's just using this inside size, then drawing a border around it. So this one's 246. I'll just copy that. We'll go open up that border mask image and we can swap that out dynamically. So let's go find that. It's called like tank mask or something. Somewhere. Oh, there it is. So we just need a new variant for large tanks. And just so I can position this properly, I'm gonna make it a little brighter. Lower the opacity, and now I can line this up properly. So I can't really do that vertically correctly, I guess. I think that's the middle right there. And then we're just going to move these guys out. Call it tank mask large. Yo, thank you for the hydrate. Off the rails, how's it going? Welcome in. Thank you very much. Okay, so I need to grab a little pixel. Fix those two. Grab another little pixel. Now I might go back through and make this like mask sort of angled at the corners, like, you know, the large tank is, but we'll figure that out. So we're gonna call this tank mask large. So now the next thing that we need to do in here is if we are a large tank on setup, I also need to edit that mask sprite. And I can't forget I have to set it back to the other one. So tank mask on that one. And this one is going to be tank mask large. So I'm hoping that this will work. We're going to see what happens. I figured out why Proxy wasn't seeing the controller node. Oh yeah, what's going on with that? There we go. Now you can really see it here. Very nice. See, I think this will look different enough to warrant a new, like, it'll be like, whoa, look at this new tank I have here, you know? There's also more things that we have to do here yet. There's this waterline node here, and now this needs to expand also. So instead of 207, it's got to go up to one of our new sizes. So let's go do that. So that's the regular tank background. It's our size. 246. So let's do that. We have to say that dot waterline size is equal to vector 246 by what? Here, let's check. By 128. Okay, and what I'm going to do is automatically set the position down here. So that dot position, I do need to get better references to these. Let's go ahead and save our water line. It's that. And then edit this. And then say, so waterline dot position needs to be equal to waterline dot size divided by 2 and the negative of that. And then here waterline goes back to its normal size, which is 207 by 108. Probably should have just made that 208 by 108. That would have been better. Still not too late. I might go and do that. Yeah, I could. That's fine. Controller config was set up with a virtual IP, which was binding to the controller, but proxy is the VIP, so there's an IP conflict. Okay. That makes sense, yeah. Very neat. Oh man, it's so great to figure out issues and stuff like that. That stuff happens all the time with StarCraft. In a way, it's almost a like a tiny bit disappointing. I haven't been able to fix major problems with Lurden. I guess it's still much preferred, of course, that I haven't had major problems to fix, but it's one of those things where it's like a little sad. The problem-solving part is not utilized very much. It's fine by me, though. Alright, so that should update the mask sprite. So let's go see if this works properly now. When I open the large tank, boom, the new water line expands. So the last thing is just editing this substrate sprite down here. Should be pretty easy. And yeah. I mean, not easy necessarily. I have to, it's still a lot of work to draw these, but it is what it is. So for now, let's just do the default sand substrate. I'm gonna go copy this, put it into the big one. I guess I'm just gonna move these down like this, because that's what I did before. Kind of just cut it in half. Oops. Boom. And then now, I guess I'm gonna like cut the tops of these. It's sort of complicated, right? Because it goes up here. Like it should be going above the line. So I think we want to position it like that. I don't know where I cut that. It's like 1 pixel away. That should be good. Get rid of this. Why do I have 2 colors here? Okay, weird. I didn't there, though. So then this is just going to keep going up. And then go along this line here. Or maybe go like 1 more pixel down. So I'm assuming this is how I did it before then, in the other the other one. We'll have to make sure. Oh, that's what's going on here. It's like, come on, is it? Boom. New sand. Then I guess I'm gonna bring all this sand across. And I think I just sort of like mirror this sand. Something that doesn't have to be super special. Alrighty, oops. Oh. Yeah, I can just ignore that. I guess I'll keep the lines there. I don't know what I did before. The regular sand. Let's go look. Discard the autosave. Okay, I just went straight across. Which I guess I'll do here. I don't know, there's kind of a lot of unknowns right now. It's like, do I want to keep the lines? I feel like it makes sense to keep the lines there. I'm gonna do that. Then we need like another little hill right here. There we go. Anti-alias it. Good as new. And then now all these like hill sections here have been a little bit screwed up. Okay. Just fill those in, and there we go. We're basically good as new, guys. It's not perfect, but it'll do. So now we just save this as tank substrate sand large. Boom. So let's go back into our attributes table, go to the sand, call it tank attribute substrate sand large. Alrighty. Let's go see what we got going on. Settings, change it to sand. Boom. Look at that new tank. So it is significantly larger. Now what's funny is probably my cursor boundaries are pretty limited. Yeah. So I'm gonna have to change that because I can't like place it in the positions I need to place stuff now. Because normally you're able to kind of place it like around, like if we go into one of these smaller tanks. Let's clean it super quick, I guess. Also notice it seems like my large tanks are not getting dirty. There is like a weird overlay on this, but it's not... What's going on? I can't clean it. What is this overlay? It's got to be the grime. I mean, it does get covered in algae like this. It's like there's two overlays. Yeah, I don't know what's going on here. It doesn't look right. These ones look fine, right? They look normal. But then this one's like just green. What's going on? Anyways, but normally when you're placing decorations, you have a lot more control. You can go like all the way over in the edges and stuff. Seems like we're unable to do that in here. Cool art. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Though I guess it doesn't look particularly bad, if I'm being real. But I should be able to place stuff like down in that corner and stuff. The bottom is fine. We can keep the bottom Yeah, I'll have to adjust the values of where the fish can swim and all that. I'll have to sleep. See you tomorrow. Good night. Sounds good, Will Ben. Thank you for coming in. I appreciate it. Have a good rest of your night. I might make these front corners also curved. I didn't think about that. But that is part of the tank. Because we'll have to do like this. It does make sense. Let's see. So we want to go 1, 2, 3, 4. Like that. It's tricky because we'd also see like the top here probably curve. Perspectives are funny. Yeah, probably look okay. Let's see. I just kind of wanted to emulate the look of it on the outside, so it has like those corners, you know? I guess that looks fine. As a beginner seeing this, it is professional. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Yeah, I've done a lot of pixel art commissions and stuff in the past, so that's definitely been a big help in making things look nice. If we go back to gravel, it's tiny and looks broken. Yeah, I have to fix all those. Same with the backgrounds. They're pretty screwed up. Okay, so yeah, what is this weird overlay? We gotta figure that out. I don't know what's happening. It's probably in remote. Let's go to tank 7. Let's figure out what that is. We have the large tank mask. It's not that. It's gotta be something inside of here, I assume. The grime node is invisible. That doesn't seem to be changing our... Oh, that's not in here. Duh, I'm stupid. Hold on. We gotta go inside the tank menu. Right in here, canvas layer. Go to tank menu. It's gonna be in there under fish. Panel container viewport, sub-viewport. Okay. So what is visible in here that's causing this? So the grime layer needs to be adjusted in here. It's not the water line. It's not that color rect, whatever this is. That's just a background color. What is this? Is it the regular viewport node? Is it all weird and green like that? It's not the modulate here. That's super weird. Oh, it's mask. Oh, I accidentally left the green in the large tank mask. That would be why. Funny. Okay. Now it's fine. Can't believe I did that. Anyways, do you recommend Godot for 2D or Unity? In my opinion, I enjoy Godot much more than Unity. I've used both engines before. It doesn't mean that Unity is a bad engine by any means. I just think personally for me, Godot is so much more lightweight and it's easier for me to do things in Godot. Unity is a big, heavy engine, and I find that it just has so many extra features that you're never going to really be using as an indie developer and stuff, and it's too much, you know? I really appreciate just how like simple and straightforward Godot is. So for that reason, I personally would recommend Godot for 2D because it handles 2D extremely well. There's a ton of nodes and stuff to do it properly, so I think it's great. Now, that being said, I don't think Unity is particularly bad or anything for 2D. It can definitely do 2D pretty well. I think a lot of these times, like when you're choosing a tool like this, it just comes down to personal preference, you know? Like, would you rather use GD script or use, you know, C#, which is what Unity uses. So it's questions like that you have to decide on. It's also like, what do you value in an engine? Do you value super like comprehensive features, or do you value speed and agility of your engine, like times it takes to compile things, you know, because Godot definitely beats out Unity in that aspect. To agree with you 100%. Yeah, and you can also do C# in Godot. I mean, it seems like it's pretty supported. I don't know if it's like 100% right now. But definitely as time goes on, I think it'll become a much more reasonable language to use. But I do like GD script. I feel like it's very like feature complete and nice. Some people hate Python. I personally don't mind Python. I think it's fine, you know? So, but that's okay. It's okay if people don't like Python. I mean, I understand why some people don't like Python. It's not like it's a mystery. Some people don't like that Python is dynamically typed. And I can see why. I mean, sometimes it's kind of a problem. I find that it's never usually a huge issue, especially since Godot also has support for static typing. So it kind of fixes the problems of Python. But yeah. Oops, fix that. But yeah, I definitely think GD script, in my opinion, is a lot easier to learn and use than C#. But again, that's a personal preference, and some people might tell you something different, which is fine. Everyone's always going to have a different opinion on that. I think I like that being just like a little bit like wider like that. Now the next thing to do here, don't know if I want to curve the front at all, because it kind of looks janky when I do. I feel like, you know, something like that. Maybe just a little bit of a curve like that in the corner would be fine. I might even get it set up so you could just do no substrate as an option, you know? I feel like that would be valid. It's not a good idea, but for fish well-being, but you can, right? Now, the only thing though is if I have that corner visible there, then you'd have to like add this line here, which doesn't really look good. So I might just bring this down maybe a couple more, expand it out. I'm not 100% sure what I want to do there. I mean, I guess I could leave it like that. That seems okay. And then I can copy this and flip it and move it over to this other side. Stick it right there. Boom. Merge with layer. All right, I think this just looks a little bit better. More like the actual shape. The perspective is better. Actually, I want to start my journey because of the Blasphemous game. I think I've heard of those before. Yeah, I've definitely heard of this before. I've never played it. It does look really cool. The art is pretty top-notch. I mean, these backgrounds and stuff are awesome. I love the tiles and stuff and the way they do their perspective with everything. It's pretty nice. It's a pretty smart way they go about it. They have like these ones facing to the right and then these ones face to the left. And so it gives this illusion of depth perspective. It's pretty cool. Yeah, this looks pretty nice. But yeah, there's like a Metroidvania action platformer. Yeah. Yeah, I love the art and how the 2D world work together. It does look really neat. You have some tips. I think my biggest tip always when it comes to game development is work on the games that you have the most fun working on. Like, And also, I always recommend for your first project, make something very small. I think people tend to way overscope with their first project, you know? And I completely understand it. I've been there and done that before, right? So it's but it helps so much if you're careful and don't overscope. Overscoping is like a really easy way to kill your project, so try not to. Yeah, I'd start with something really easy, like a platformer, I feel like is a good option. Because usually platformers are pretty easy to make. Some other good, like, solid options too, something like you've got like an incremental game, I feel like is very easy to make. So that's another good option. You've got, what else? Don't do multiplayer, because you're gonna hate it, and it's not a good idea. But yeah, those are just some of the things I would say. Only thing GDScript needs is traits. Yeah. I know it's like sort of like in the works, you know, because it's a very popular demand, which means people are going to work on it and add it into the engine. So I think eventually we're gonna have them. Godot, I saw posted that like big like vision announcement or whatever, the unified vision of Godot thing. So I think it's good that they did that. Heard some people complaining about it where they're like, I don't know, you know, usual, whatever, who cares? Okay, I have to edit the bottoms here too, because it should follow that like curve down there. I think starting with GDScript gets you a huge step for game dev, especially with this API thing. Yeah, I do think GDScript is pretty nice. So it's very easy to learn. It's just it's a straightforward, simple language, you know, and that's exactly what you want when you're starting out with game dev, I think. So it's pretty easy to learn. The syntax, I think, is very easy. Some people do not like Python syntax, and that's fine. Instead of having like curly braces and stuff, you're using like tab spacing to control your code flow. So, you know, just be wary of that. You can use C# if you want, but I do think GDScript is easier to learn than C#, so I'd probably recommend it instead. I don't know how I want to do those corners over there. Oh, also things change. I guess this is how I'll do the perspective on this. What I hate about this is almost it feels like it should be like this. But it's a little funny. Well, I think it could work actually. If I just anti-alias it. Like that actually is fine. Let's go. All right. I don't know what I'm doing in these corners here. I guess something like that. I feel like there needs to be like a line here, maybe. To show that like this is a different color. It's complicated here. Almost maybe do this and then that there. I'm not sure yet. Or we have to kind of figure this one out. And let's see, what's your game idea that you work on? This is a game called Lured In. It is a incremental fishing game. So you travel out to different regions and catch fish, and then you bring them back to your aquarium and place them in here and stuff. So yeah, we're just kind of working on setting up these like substrate sprites for these fish tanks that were inside of here. So it's coming along. We just got to get it all figured out. Or scoping your first project is an important learning step. I mean, sort of. It's not good to intentionally make mistakes. I mean, I feel like it's sort of an inevitability, but try your best to avoid it, I think. In my opinion. What is this, blue? Get rid of that. Okay. So he added you to the MC mod repo, did some basic things with AI. Okay. Yeah. I will be honest, I don't know how much time I'm gonna have to work on Minecraft mod stuff, just because I'm at a very busy spot with Alert In. But you know, I can try and help wherever. I don't know what I'll be able to do, but if there is stuff that comes up that you need help with, just let me know. And we have ads now. My apologies, everybody. Maybe what I should do is like bring that down. Help make it less distracting, at least. See, what's complicated is you're looking through the front here. So I think, though, what's going to happen is the border around the tank is going to be like angled. So you're going to have this middle like box, and then it's going to be like cropped here at the corner anyways, like that. So it probably won't be super noticeable. I'll have to figure it out. It's complicated. Yeah, GDScript is better, even when you're trying to fix the errors on the other side of C# with all the syntax and the brackets. Yeah. I mean, some people like how like specific the syntax is in C#. So I do get it. I personally don't mind the syntax in GDScript and Python, though. I think it's fine. It's kind of one of those things that you just get used to. See, the problem is here, I want to show the front of the sand, which means then we have to show the corner here. I guess I'll leave it like this for now. I might change it, though, someday in the future. Maybe just do that. It's a little weird. Well, let's see what it looks like in game. Oh, wait. Oh, I didn't actually save the other one yet. Hold on. Maybe save this as tank. Substrate large. Let's see what the change looks like. I definitely feel like it just geometrically makes more sense, though. So it's probably fine. In your game, do you sell the fish for currency? It's more of like you're making like a public aquarium versus like whatever you would call that, like a fishery or a market. So you're putting fish up on display, and I guess the idea is that people at the front of your building are like paying an entrance fee. I might kind of like in the future add a little like thing there, so it's implied that whenever you see guys walk in that they're paying money to see and view your fish. So I could have gone the route of like, you can sell your fish in here. You can just hit sell and make money that way too. I could have gone the route with this game of doing it more of like you're a fisherman, but I think it's more the side I wanted to explore was like the, you know, what's the word? The aquarium aspect of it, right? So still don't know how I feel about the perspective here. Because I think the problem here is that it implies that this should be going more. But then here, with the way that the sand is, it looks like it's not. So I don't know what I'm supposed to do about that. It's a weird perspective thing. We could just ignore that and just have this front part kind of expand out to the side. Or even have it just get cropped off. Again, I don't know if it's going to be much of a problem once I add in the little corners to this box, so maybe it's not as big of a problem as I'm thinking it'll be. Let's go ahead and set that up, because I think it's hard for me right now to visualize what this is going to be like. So the way I do that, I think, is this panel container. Yeah, it's just a panel. So it has a style. We're going to edit that style now and change it. So let's go into wherever that is. It's like one of these panel something. Panel background. That's blue though. Oh, panel thin green. It's probably going to be, oh, there it is. So we have to greatly expand this now. Let's do like 256 or something. It's got to be like way larger. Well, I guess we'll do 128 because we're going to double the resolution. Okay. Oh, hold on. I gotta scale this down to this size. 8 by 8? Or does it say that it's 8 by 8? Well, I'm pretty sure it's 8 by 8. Yeah, it is. Okay, so now I'm going to bring these down. I know this seems weird right now, guys, but it'll make sense. Hold on. Actually, that's a great idea, better than the normal repeating idea of just fishing and selling. I appreciate it, yeah. Yeah, I always just felt like that genre was already explored. I didn't feel like I needed another just regular old fishing game. So that's why I went this route instead. I think I'm glad I did. It's more of the side of fishing I'm interested in anyways. Honestly, syntax brackets, etc. is just semantics, not really important. Yeah, it doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. Let's see. Yeah, no worries. Just want to let you know I'm going to be working on it. Yeah, okay. Sounds good. Yeah, we'll see what happens. I still, like, not fully 100% sure, like, what the plans are going to be on everything for me, right? Like, am I going to finish Starground or immediately start on Deadlift and stuff? I don't know yet. But I'll let you know what happens. So we could do a 45 like this. I don't know why my 45s are not actually 45. It's a little weird. I don't know if I want to do a full 45 though. Be like an octagon. Well, let's explore that route really quick. See how we feel about it. So we'd have something sort of like this. And just temporarily, we'd fill all this in with this color. We'll replace it with the actual color. Right, because we just got to do this and get rid of these outline segments. I just want to figure out the bounding, the bounds of this panel. And then we need to scale up to 256. Save this as boundary corners. Or not boundary. Panel background angled or something. Unknown error. Okay. Cool. Sorry, I'll read everyone's messages in 1 second here. Okay, it's saved. Yeah, the NPCs pay way more. Oh yeah, you said add luxury tanks that have luxury fish. We do have like rare fish that you can add into tanks and stuff, so that is sort of set up. If you're fishing those creatures, you need to fish in a dark sea to get them to dangerous go in. I have thought about adding in like dangerous mechanics before. I'm not sure if that's the route I want to go or not. It's hard to say. Because some people really enjoy this game just for how stress-free it is, and I worry that if I add in stressful mechanics, it's kind of like it clashes with the people's expectations of what the game is supposed to be. So it's one of those things where I like gotta figure it out. All right, so I'm gonna create a. Oops, that's not what I want to do. I have to create a new node. Call it panel container angled. All right, and base type is panel container. And then I want to go into one of these regular old panel container nodes, copy the box, go into the angled one, paste as unique, then go get the angled panel here. Let's go set it up here. Go to theme, angled, and then go back into here. We need to set our, whatever, texture margins, yeah. So I did way too much angle. We'll scale it back a bit. Should be like 128 on all of these. Oh, that's different than I was expecting. What is going on here? Or I think it's because maybe the angle is so big that it doesn't even fit. Okay, let's do a much smaller angle. Let's go down to let's think here. Maybe half the size. Just go ahead and save it so I can just keep testing. I can't have the codes tag if there's danger. Yeah, right. I mean, although I do feel like it would be cool, it's just one of those things where I don't want to ruin the game. Should just be 16 pixels. There we go. So we can see what that corner looks like. If we scale it up, which we will be doing up to 32, then that might be... Oh, it already is 32, isn't it? And that's 1 pixel. So we'll scale it up to 64. Like that, because I always do like double pixel size. And then set these to 32. So that's what that angle would look like. I really don't get this thing. Oh, that's what's happening here. It's because the viewport is positioned, I think, above it. So I think I have to say, what am I going to do about that? I need this panel container to be like transparent, actually. It's a little janky. So I need to delete the texture in the middle. But then that becomes invisible. Okay. I'm going to say disabled on the clipping mode. And then for our viewport, we're going to show behind parent. This one. There we go. Now I can crop the corners. And I think that'll work. Hopefully. It might break everything. I don't know what's going to happen here. We'll see what happens. So is that angled enough on the corners? I don't think so. I think it's a little too little now. So let's scale back to 32. Let's go up to maybe, I don't know if I want to go to double necessarily, but maybe like 48 could be good. And then when we scale that up to double, that'll be 96. Let's see what that looks like. And then if we edit the amount here to 48. So that's at a 48 angle. I think that's pretty good there. I don't want it to be too crazy. So yeah. And we'll have to fix the weird border stuff. It's gonna be a little complicated. All right, well, let's go copy the panel again now. Just gonna copy the whole thing. Resize this back down to 48. Delete everything. Okay. Now we'll move it out. Oh, also this is still double size. Gosh darn it. I think right there is normal size. So I don't know what this is going to look like with the normal panel theme of the other fish tank. We'll have to figure it out. Let's see. People speak a lot about writing code, and until now I see that not only code that makes the game more like different mechanics from art, whatever those nodes, actually that's the part that scares. Let's see if I'm interpreting this right. Sorry if I'm not understanding what you're saying. Let's see. So a lot about writing code. Oh, it's not only code that makes the game different. Yeah. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, because code is a pretty small part of it, in all honesty. Like, the code behind things doesn't really matter. It's more just the design decisions that you make that go into it that actually fundamentally changes how the game works. I guess I'll just do... Oh, yeah, I should do like that. That'll look good. You meant that the coding isn't the only thing you need to make a game. Ah, okay, yeah. I get what you mean now. Yeah, there is so much more that goes into making a game than just code. It's a very small part of it all, right? Oh, but that's gonna have... Might have to figure something out with these corners. Because I realize... Probably gonna have to just make that a color there. Like that. It's fine, I guess. But yeah, I mean, with making a game, you have art and sounds, and there's a billion things that you have to do, right? It is far from just programming, yeah. Okay, I think something like this is what we want. So then let's go ahead and scale it up to 96. And let's see what it looks like. So that's what that looks like now. I think that's what we need. And that should be cropping the background. Looks like it's aligned there. Hopefully we don't see anything like go out past it. Since I don't have clipping on, it might actually do that. We'll see what happens. If the viewport is set to clipping, then it shouldn't happen. Which it's not, so let's do that also. So on viewport now, we're gonna say... What is viewport? It's like a separate layer. I don't even know what the viewport node is for. It's for mouse entered and exited and stuff. But the viewport node now doesn't match the full size of our panel container, so I think we need to fix that problem. It's set to fill. So it doesn't actually fill the whole thing for some reason. Weird. I noticed this little clip contents thing now. That's a different thing now. Why is this not being filled to the full size of the container? I guess it's just because this panel container probably has like a big margin on it. It's got texture margins, but it doesn't have any other margins. I guess the texture margins count as the margin. So that's a little bit problematic. I might just have to draw a custom sprite for this instead of doing like a panel container border, because it's kind of complicated and broken. Because this is not supposed to look like this. Because I'm pretty sure that the viewport node is supposed to clip it like this, but now it's not going to. And it's going to be kind of messed up. If I go in here, like, so the little one now is also angled. We have to fix that. But yeah, you can see what happens now with the big one. It's like being clipped. So... Oh, okay, because I think the sub viewport is set to anchor as full rect on viewport, so... Okay. I don't even know why I have this viewport node in the middle. It seems kind of like an extra unnecessary part now, because I can just do this on the sub viewport container. It's set to stretch mode. This children manually. Whoa. Okay, don't do that. Complicated. Weird stuff. We'll have to fix it. The tutorial hall, you know, that's my problem with code. I could, like, memorize it after, but when I sit alone trying to make something, I can't, yeah. That is, like, the #1, like, obstacle that beginners run into, you know, when they're first learning programming, is just getting past that section where you're kind of, like, not able to tackle things on your own yet. But definitely once you do get past that, it becomes significantly easier to make things, I think. You know? So, you just gotta keep at it. And I think don't be afraid to fail is a big thing. Like, it's fine if you approach a mechanic or something and it doesn't fully work out. You know, you can always just go back and fix things later. So, it doesn't have to be this, like, one and done thing. So that's what I would say. Just diving into, like, I think a thing that always helps me get past that point, or did, is, like, game jams, I think, are particularly helpful. Because you can go into something and, like, just spend, like, 1 day or 2 or 3 days working on this tiny little game. And it doesn't mean that things are going to go smoothly, but since it's such a small time commitment, it's, like, fine if things don't go well, right? It's just all about learning, for me, when I do game jams and stuff like that. So I'd recommend taking a look at those, because I think they're a big help for learning. So how do we want to do this border? I hate, like, baking large sprites, because it's kind of inefficient for memory and stuff. So I don't want to just have this one big massive. I know I did that with the other one, but even that one I kind of feel like I should change. Because, yeah, it has, like, this massive... Could I do a negative content margin? Because maybe that's the play here. So I can't do it there. What about expand margins? Like, can I do, like, -20? I thought I could do a negative content margin. I guess not. That sucks. Because, yeah, I need the texture margins here for it to make sense. Yeah, I really wish I could set these. There is expand margins. See, I wish I could set my content margins different. Oh, wait a minute. Can I just set these to 0? And then it just works? Oh. Okay. I guess -1 is like it automatically pushes it or something. Okay. Well, this fixes our issue. Nice. And then we'll dynamically swap out the theming of this border when we change stuff. So I'm noticing a weird line down here. Oh, that's like the wood. What is the size of our viewport? I think now that we're at exactly 0, it's slightly different from what our actual sub viewport resolution is. So that one's 636 by 332. So it's going to be divided by 3 because we have a 3 zoom level. So that one is slightly smaller. I'm trying to figure out what to do here. Let's go look at the remote view. I need to see what's actually happening. So canvas layer, tank menu, tab container, fish, VBox, panel container, viewport, sub viewport. All right, so we can check what all our resolutions and stuff are here. So that's 750 by 400. Makes sense. Then this is 620 by 316. So for some reason, this is significantly smaller. Or that's just minimum size. So that is the same. It is the same size as our viewport. And then our panel container, yeah, 750 by 400. So everything is 750 by 400. Did I mess up with my resolutions? Uh-oh. I think we're gonna have to increase the size of our assets a tiny bit. How is it okay on the left and right, though? Because I did that as... What was the resolution for that? Let's go look. So here's our thing here. So the horizontal is 246, and it needs to be 244, so that's fine. Somehow I just really messed up on the height. Like it's a lot less than it should be, somehow. I don't know what happened there. Well, I'll just slightly shrink the vertical height, honestly. So let's go do that. So instead of setting it to, yes, it should be whatever. Yeah, I don't know how I messed up so bad. Because 750 is 250. But my sprite was only 248. But for some reason, it doesn't seem to matter. Am I crazy? What's going on here? Oh, but there's like there's a couple pixels on the edges of the border. So I think it's okay there. Okay, I see. So how did I mess up? 636 divided by 3. That's 212. Whoa. Let's go. Thank you so much for the gifted sub to the Stevens. I really appreciate it. First up, Yelp review. Yeah, welcome in. Oh my god, my hair. Thank you so much for that. That's very epic. Let's go. Yeah, Steven, naked eye fix. Yeah, thanks so much for doing that. I really appreciate it. Sorry if I'm missing messages in here. There is no failure, only learning. He says with 100 projects, I'll sure go back to you one day. Yeah. Well, even if you abandon a project, it's still a good opportunity to learn, in my opinion, you know? I don't think time spent on development is ever truly a waste. Even if you work on something for a really long time. I mean, I definitely think there are optimal ways to spend your time learning, right? Like, I don't think working on one project for 10 years is good for learning as good as something else. So that's what I would say, right? No, that's the wrong. I need to say theme type of variation, I think is what it is. Yeah. Okay, there's the small one, so this should just be nothing. And then this one up here is going to be the angled container. I might only have to adjust the big ones. We'll see. Oops. Which, honestly, instead of redrawing the background, I'll probably just shrink the size a tiny bit. Okay, now this one is... Yay. So I'm seeing an issue here, which is that if I do put the viewport behind, I'm probably going to have to make a custom mask and then crop it. So instead of the viewport just being a color rect, we'll have to change it. Yeah. So don't show behind parent on that one. And I won't do any cropping on that guy either. Okay. So let's save that. So now it looks normal in the small tank. But then the big tank, you can see that the corners are no longer there. So to fix that, shouldn't be too complicated, I don't think. Is that correct? Looks like it is. Because the normal, so this is the reason for the issue, is we've set our content margin on the angled one to 0. But the normal one has a tiny bit of content margin. So that's why it's broken on the large tank. So basically what I'm just going to do on viewport now, I'm going to change it into a texture rect. And it shouldn't really affect anything, I don't think. So normally we're going to want this to just be like a white square or something. It doesn't really matter what the, I'm going to say ignore size and scale. But then now on our angled panel, we can like create a mask, right? So we want to create one that is 750 by 400. Like this. And I can just cut the corners. At least theoretically speaking. Right, I should be able to just do this. And actually what I want to do is resize it first down to half. Like this. And then cut these corners. We'll have to figure out exactly like how much we need to cut these by, but I just want to see if this will work. Oh god. And then we'll put this texture rect. Again, I hate having to have a bunch of random textures in memory, but I just think in this scenario, I'm tired of messing around. I just want to fix it. Mama's gutted. Yeah. Thank you. Maybe add feeding mechanics for the fish. We do have that actually. Yeah. So, why are subs so cheap? How expensive are they right now? Is there some kind of like sale thing happening? It's like a Twitch anniversary. Large tank menu mask. All of that. Oh yeah, 35% off for the next 7 days. Let's go. Yeah, I have no idea why. Okay, and then what I'm gonna say on this now is for visibility, we will just say clip only. So now you can see what we got going on here. It's doing its magic. Now, for some reason, it doesn't perfectly line up here. I don't know why. little strange. Is it because the size of this is not actually 750? Oh, but when it's up to its maximum size for the large tank, it should be correct. All right, let's go try it out. I love UI, guys. UI is kind of hard sometimes. Not gonna lie. All right, so normal tank, I have to fix it in there because it's not supposed to look like that. But the large tank, mostly correct. I'm gonna have to crop the edges and stuff a bit. Oh, also I think I forgot to, actually I don't necessarily, I think the engine will scale it up for me. So I need to crop the edges because we have 1 pixel, 2 pixel, 3 pixel on the edges. So let's do that. So 1, 3, and let's do one more for good measure. So 4 pixel crop on the edge. 4. And the last one. Okay. So now that should prevent the border from clipping in. There we go. Very nice. And then we just got to fix the corners because they're all like slightly different. The top left corner actually is pretty perfect. So we're just going to do that. Copy that. So I don't know why it's not, or it's probably because I need to restart the game to apply that change. The clip only up the change. Yeah. All right. So let's save that. And then what I want to go ahead and do is change that sprite. Do we have a single pixel texture? I have white square. I guess I don't have a single pixel texture, so let's just go add it really quick. I'm just going to call it a white pixel. Because then it's super tiny in memory and I don't have to waste stuff. White pixel. Preloading it, it's going to be like 10 bytes or something, you know? It's nothing. All right, so now instead of all this, I want to modify our viewport node. I'm going to say viewport.texture is equal to preload. Whatchamacallit? Large tank menu mask. And then we're going to set the texture over here. Preload white pixel. Hopefully this works. Let's find out. I don't know if how clipping does performance-wise. It's probably fine. Can't imagine clipping would be very performance-heavy, but let's see what happens. So running out of good FPS, I open a menu, still very solid FPS. For some reason, it's not clipping. I don't know why. It's just white. I set it to clip only. Oh, that's weird. So if I set it to clip only, it's just white. And if I set it to clip plus draw, then I can actually see it. That's a little strange. Well, I guess we'll set to clip plus draw. So there's a, well, no, there's not really any noticeable impact when I open these menus. Actually, my FPS went up, interestingly, so I think we're pretty good. All right, so let's just go crop the corners a bit more and fix them up. Let's go to like right here or something. I can probably measure the exact distance on this one because that one's actually good. So it should be 27 pixels. So what are we at like here? That's 21. What about here? 25. 28. That's too much. 27 right here. Boom. And theoretically, that should be the right amount of cropping on the corner there. It's 23, 25, 26, 27. Nope, that's 28. Okay, weird. And the bottom left. Yep, 27. Got it. Okay, so this should be correct. Let's see what it looks like. Bam. Very nice. Now I do see a black pixel at the bottom. I don't know if that's because the background doesn't extend down that long. It should be. Well, either way, it is working, though. I don't know where that black pixel's coming from, though. I probably did mess up the background scaling and do need to increase it a little bit. That's the wrong one. So substrate, like if I just increase the vertical height. No, there's still just a black pixel. Also, what is going on? Why is there another... Why is there sand? Oh, I think I accidentally messed up how I saved that background. Uh-oh. Do I still have it open? Oh yeah, I do. Let's resave this guy. Yep, I did. I don't know where this black pixel is coming from, to be honest. I don't think it's from our sprite. Where is that coming from? Oh, it's from our mask image. It's from this guy. So I guess the mask is too small? I thought I did the right size, though. Well, I'll have to fix that. Then the mask here is good. I mean, it looks fine. It's weird, it's like the mask is like too high up. When you look at this and I like line it up, you can see there's way more of the mask on the bottom than there is the top. So I think maybe I just misaligned the mask by accident when I drew it, and that would explain things. So if we go back to that mask sprite, we can just tweak the sizing a tiny bit. Was this sort of a date? Yeah. So it's just ever so slightly too... What is the size of this? It's 128. Let's just bring the bottom down like a pixel or two. Well, here also, if I move this mask, you can see there's a pixel at the top that's not supposed to be there. Okay, so let's just move it down 1 pixel, and I think then everything will be fine. Oh. Don't do this to me, Critta. All right. Let's see what that looks like. There we go. Looking very nice. So now, hopefully, it should be pretty close to being lined up here. Oh, yeah, it's perfect. Let's go! We did it, guys! I do need to adjust the scale when it's in the full screen mode because it's too zoomed in now, since it was trying to be adjusted for this one. But hopefully it won't be too hard to do that. Yeah, I like how this new big tank looks, I think. It's just different enough to where you can kind of tell that it's like a new thing, you know? But it's not so different that it requires me to like completely rebuild the whole UI, which is important, because that would suck. And I think having the diagonals and the slightly different background and stuff really drives that point home that it's like a different tank. So... yeah, then we got all the same tank upgrades and decorations and stuff. And what's great is that since it's at like the same like resolution or whatever, or like relative scale for the camera zoom, it means we don't have to redo everything. We can still use like the same decorations and stuff. So yeah, pretty cool. There might potentially be a little bit of clipping issues when you go into a larger UI scale here. Especially if you're on a different language, like a normal font here. and you open up this menu. It's a bit taller. I think you'd have to really be on like, you know, something really tall like Arabic, and then be at an extremely high UI scale. So it seems like it's only a very specific case where there would actually be an issue with the scaling on this UI. I don't know how I would deal with this. I mean, technically the UI is still usable even at that scale. Seems like it wants to, it just goes more down than up, or I guess it is going up too. Yeah, there are still things like that that we're gonna have to figure out. To be honest, I just don't know if it's worth the effort. Right? It's a lot of time spent to fix an issue like that. As long as it works on most languages and like on the normal fonts and stuff. I mean, this is a tiny bit janky how it'll overlap onto these buttons down here. So that is kind of not exactly ideal. But I don't know how we could really fix that. I guess I could go ahead and just shrink the vertical box of this a tiny bit more. But then like our mask would get screwed up and stuff, so that's annoying. Yeah, I don't know. This would be a lot easier if the viewport was just displayed behind the panel. Because then I wouldn't need to have that mask image. I guess we could have another variation of the panel sprite that is like a transparent in the center. Yeah. It's complicated. So yeah, I don't know if I said, but welcome in, Ashik. How does the translation work? Do you write the UI text from scratch? So I have a bunch of different fonts for all the different languages and stuff. Basically, we have a big, we have like a website where we manage all of our translations. We're using Weblate for this. So it has a list of all of the words in the game in English in here, right? And then what people do is they, yeah, the glossary terms are confusing. You take that key in English and then you convert it into all these other languages. So this is all just community powered. I didn't write any of this stuff myself. This is all done by people that actually know these languages because I don't know any of them. So, but yeah, how it works is you just go through and you convert the base English keys and then translate it into whatever language. So like Bulgarian play gets translated to this word. And then inside of Godot, a lot of these nodes in Godot have automatic translation support. So it'll convert, like if you have like a label node here, this word or like these words in here will automatically be converted into the translated forms. Because what I do in here is I upload a big CSV of all the combined translations, and it's just like a lookup table. So I have like the word in English, and then a column of the word in a different language. So it knows which word to map to. Though it is still a massive pain because there are so many like spots in the game where I have to go through and manually like fix them because it doesn't automatically do everything. Like a super straightforward example is like this, where it says 47 ascension points ready to redeem. It's not that easy to set that up because what I have to do is I have to format the keys in a way so the information like that is included. So if we look at the key in English, right? Let's go to all strings. I have these like placeholder values, ready? Or so, right? So ready to redeem. You can see it has like this quantity placeholder thing here. So quantity ready to redeem. And so the way that works is you can like change the position if you need to. So some of these languages, it's fine. Like the logical ordering of the quantity and then what is ready to redeem stays the same in a lot of these, right? Like French and Gaelic and German and Greek and all of these. But you get some languages where that's not the case. Like, for example, in here, Tokipona, it's in a different order. So quantity has to go after the initial thing. And some languages do that where you're referencing like Spanish does that a lot, where if you're like referring to something, it's like the thing you're referring to in English comes at the beginning. Or like or it's like, for example, let's say that I went to Dallas or something, like a city. In English, you would say, I went to Dallas. The subject that you're referring to comes at the end. But the proper grammatical like ordering in some languages, I think in Spanish is like, for example, like it would almost be said as like, Dallas is the city that I went to. So it like changes the position of where the subject is. So you have to be careful about cases like that. Translation is a whole like side of game development that you have to learn a lot about. I honestly, it's just been, for me, I didn't really know any of these things going into it, but it's whenever you have like any kind of variable that you inject in somewhere, it's a really good idea to keep it as like one of those like keys that can be replaced, right? So that people can change the order of where that number or string shows up. So yeah, it's a whole thing. But it does mean that we have nice, like good translations. So I do appreciate everybody that helps out with those, because I would not be able to do it otherwise. I don't have the money to hire professional translators. And obviously I don't know any other languages other than English, so there's no way I would be able to do it myself. So what just happened here? Did you guys see that? Am I crazy? What happened? Did the menu just shrink? Did I change the UI scale or something? Am I insane? Wait, where'd all my buttons go? Oh, I accidentally made that panel invisible. Like, what just happened? Okay. Yeah, don't do that. Okay, so what I want to do, I think, is just decrease the vertical height of this menu a tiny bit. Like, maybe we go to, like, 380. Just to the point where it's formatting properly with Latin characters down here at the buttons, because I don't want them overlapping. I don't think it's going to be a major... Like, there are some languages still where the buttons will overlap a tiny bit. I would love to fix it for those too, but it's really... Sometimes it's really hard to tackle problems like that with UI scaling. All right, so that looks good. Now it's just not quite clipping over these buttons. So I think we're good to go. So it's still a little bit taller than the other one. It's not quite the same height. I can keep tweaking this though in the future if I find a better way to kind of format this. So I think we're okay for now. A lot of like little things like this are always things that we can tackle in the future after launch. You know, I don't think this is going to ruin the game for anybody. If on a specific language that might be less than 1% of our players, that the buttons slightly overlap. Like, it's annoying and it's not ideal, but it's not game breaking. You can still select the buttons even when you're in the menu. And worst case scenario, you just close the menu first and then click on the buttons. So it's not like super broken. So I think it's okay for now. Of course, I'd love to fix it. I just don't know how yet. So it's complicated. I really dislike how big the line spacing is in Arabic. It seems so enormous for some reason. And it breaks all of our UI. Like, this is way taller than it should be. I don't know if there's a way that I can fix that. Maybe if I do a font variation of Arabic, I can manually select the line spacing. And that would kind of fix the problem, I think. So I'll look into that stuff eventually, but unfortunately, game development sometimes is, you know, I don't have time for everything. Did I add this key in here? Goldfish with a funny looking head. Because I'm pretty sure he's in the game. Let's go see. Yeah, I did. Okay, so it's not translated in Arabic. Yeah, by the way, the Arabic translation is correct. Epic. Yeah, there's no way, unfortunately, for me to like ever verify translations that people do. So it is one of those things where I kind of just have to hope and pray that it is correct. But, yeah. Seems like everybody's been doing a really good job, though, so far with the translations. Nobody's like... I haven't gotten any complaints about the translations yet by anyone playing, so I think things are going good. Okay. So we got the big tank formatted properly inside, I think. For the most part. It's not perfect, but it'll do. Uh-oh. What just happened? What? 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 I put down a decoration and then everything changed. You guys saw that, right? What was that? Oh, it's probably because I'm like changing the scale of the UI right now, and so what happened is it shifted the relative position of the world node when I did that. So it's probably not a real issue. I think it's just because I'm editing stuff while the game's open, is my guess. But I do have to kind of confirm that that's not going to be an issue. We'll see. Yeah, if somebody thinks like the text is too big, they could lower the UI scale if they need to, like this. I personally like playing games at tiny UI scales. Maybe it's just because I have a higher resolution monitor, so I've kind of grown accustomed to playing games at weird resolutions like this, but I think it's just like, for me, it's almost like easier on the eyes or something. Having tiny UIs, it's like, my monitors are big enough to where I don't need to bother moving my eyes as much. I don't know, that might sound weird, but... I need to add like cool effects and sounds for destroying these decorations inside of here. Okay, so now the next thing is just going to be getting all these other backgrounds set up. I just want to make sure we had like the proper sizing set up in here. Did that just change? I might be going crazy. I'm not crazy, right? I mean, this behaves the exact same as a normal tank. I gave these large tanks just tank ID 6 and 7, you know, because they're the next two tanks in the line of tanks. Because I think it's just significantly easier. I was thinking about like getting it set up to where I had like a different system for the tanks, and it would store the large tank data separately from the small tanks. But then I realized why. Because it just gets incredibly complicated. Because all of this code is set up to work with one group of tanks. So I was just like, forget that then. Something I'm also going to go ahead and do then is inside of the tank code, I want to change the base scale or the base capacity of this tank. There's this variable initial capacity. I want to move that away from 5. And say if tank is big, change it to 10 so that it's double the amount of base size. So let's see. Man, I have like a billion tabs open. Oh yeah, let's go ahead and also say that we added that track in the change log. Melon head. Okay, so now these should have a pretty big initial capacity. You can see their capacity is 10, which makes sense because they're larger. And also because their initial capacity is 10, it's significantly easier to get them up to higher capacities. So like you start at 5 here. And so to get 5 more, the 5th upgrade here is 12K. So to get this to the size of, or you need even one more. Wait, is that right? 6, 7, 8. Wait. 7, 8, 9. Ooh. Huh? Hold on. Capacity is 5. We get 1. Capacity is still 5. Did I break something? Hold on. Oh, it's in function check upgrades. It's probably just not updating immediately. Let's figure out what's happening. So in ready, we're connecting. Yeah, global upgrades purchased. Connect to check upgrades. Then tank upgrade levels. Maybe what's happening is I'm accidentally calling that before I set that. So let's go check where we call tank upgrade purchased or whatever. Or just upgrade purchased. So it's inside of the money panel. I am doing that here, so it should be fine. Because it starts at level 0 and then goes up to 1. Let's use this instead then. I actually have a function for this, right? That's extremely strange, though, that it didn't go up. Then what happens if I go back in? It'll probably be correct. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. I'll buy 1 tank capacity. Oh, it's just not updating the UI. So it does actually increase its size, but I think it's that the UI is not being updated somehow. So you think that would update down in here. On update or whatever. So what is this massive gap here? Okay. Or I guess that's happening instead of fish tank. So it sets the new capacity. And then in tank menu, label. Oh, so I bet what's happening is it's calling update, and then by the time it gets to updating this, it hasn't had a chance for the tank to update its new capacity. Okay. So I think what I'm going to do instead of doing it this way is I'm going to have a function on this tank. I will set capacity in here. But I think I'm going to call it as, you know, get tank capacity or something instead. Then we'll pass in the tank ID. We'll return an int. Capacity is equal to 5 plus get research level of it. Of this. Get tank upgrade level, tank capacity. And then I'm just going to say yeah, if tank ID is equal to 6 or tank ID is equal to 7, then instead we're going to set capacity to the initial capacity of 10. And that should do it there. So then also what I'm going to do here is set capacity to global.getTankCapacity of tank ID. What does tank ID do? So tank ID is the way that I can know which tank I'm referring to, right? So let's say that this is I need to know like what my upgrade levels are on each individual tank. So it's what I use for storing or like differentiating between them. So this tank has an ID of 0. It's fish tank 1. This one's fish tank 2, fish tank 3 and 4, right? All that kind of stuff. So that's how I can know like what fish or what decorations or what information about these individual tanks are actually stored in here. I need to know that information. So I think there's something going on with the algae in here where it's not adding in all of our setting the algae on all this. Let's see. Let's see where I'm setting algae time. For tank ID and max tank count, should be fine. I say tank ID. Oh, but I'm checking if upgrade level new tank is greater than tank ID. So I knew there was something wrong here. Okay. Yeah, I need a new function to know if a tank is unlocked. I'm gonna add that in really quick. Cool. This will take in tank ID. So you have fixed tanks in the game, and now like you buy them, put them wherever place you choose. Exactly, yeah. I do that just because it saves a lot of headaches. I don't have to worry about dynamically recalculating my NPC navigation layers, right? Because I know where these tanks will eventually appear, so I just bake those into the navigation areas at the start. I know that some people do want to be able to place tanks wherever and buy a bunch of them. I get it. But you've got to make sacrifices sometimes for the sake of progress and finishing the game. You know, I'm going to be real. I need another function too here, which is function is tank big. Right. If tank ID is equal to 6, 7, return true, or return false. Now I can check if is tank big, tank ID, do that one, otherwise do that. Then now instead of checking this, so if get upgrade level, new tank is greater than tank ID. Now this one we want to say if get upgrade level, upgrade new tank, large tank is greater than that ID. Then we return true. And Godot just crashed. That frickin' sucks. I hope I don't have to redo all those functions. Everyone always asks me why I like save every microsecond, and that's why. Because sometimes the engine crashes. It's not very often that it happens, but... Yeah, there's a parse error on global, which means probably my code is still there. Oh, that means everything is going to parse fail. Ah. Alright, we lost a bunch of stuff. That's annoying. I don't have a function is tank big anymore. Why is my thing so laggy? Okay. Okay, this is super slow. I gotta like close my tabs or something. I think I just had too many things open. Close other tabs. Hurry. Oh my god. I hope it doesn't crash again. I must have had a lot of freaking scripts open. Whew. Okay, we survived, guys. I'm just gonna close other tabs. There we go, that's better. Okay, so we gotta do everything again now. Then return true. Then here we do the same checks again. Pass in tank ID. We have to go down to here. So upgrade large tank, tank ID -6. And then that's the normal one. Turn true. Turn true. All right, so these functions should work. Let's save before it dies. So now everywhere where I've been doing that before, like checking if it's equal to 6 or 7, I can get rid of that now. Let's go do that. Is tank big? And I imagine in the future I might eventually add in possibly more small tanks, and so that's why I want to like have a function to easily check if a tank is big, because it's not always just going to be ID 6 and 7. Sometimes it might be IDs 6 and 7 and 10 or 13, you know, like random ones. So just depends on how I add them into the game. Oops, but that one we need to keep. Well, good night. It's 3 a.m. after midnight here. Love to watch my streams, your game dev later on. Yeah, continue the hard work. Thank you so much for coming in. I really appreciate it. Yeah, good luck on your game dev stuff. If you ever have questions about things with Godot, you're more than welcome to come into the stream and ask. So don't be afraid to. Yeah, have a good rest of your night. I appreciate it. And then now I can check if it's greater than tank ID or whatever. There's a lot of spots where I check that. Look for the offline notice and stuff. Well, what is this? I'm accumulating the grime here. Oh, I see. Why don't I just do that in here, like global dot? What is that function that I do in global? There's the one where I, you know, check if there's grime. Should probably just turn that into one function. Oh, it's checking in the process event anyways, so I don't even need to do what I did over in there. So let's get rid of this now. We're just gonna say, is tank unlocked? Pass in tank ID. Just to make sure that the tank is actually, like, you know, usable. And I kind of hate what I'm doing here for this code. Oh, but I guess it's because I also have to check this, so that's why. Yeah, it's fine. Okay, so if our algae time's greater than 0, if tank is unlocked, then do all this stuff. All right. Oh, that's only if the algae time is greater than 0. Because once it's already 0, it stops doing that. Interesting. I guess that's why I duplicate it here. It's not a big deal. I'll just check if global dot is tank unlocked. I don't know why I can't reference functions in global all of a sudden. I think I have to relaunch our game or our engine because we had compilation errors. How long have I been working on this game for? It's been about 6 months. I started in like January, so things have moved along pretty quickly given that short development time. But yeah, it's been going good, so. We're launching next month, July 17th. So I really don't have too much more time to develop things. I'm trying to go as fast as I can right now. I do need to get the build submitted on Steam and reviewed so that I can test that. I might honestly go do that now. I'll probably get rid of this little panel here now. Okay, so hopefully everything in here works now. So if we just speed up the game time really quick, we should see these tanks get covered in algae any second. It might take a minute or two, but is it a partner project? It's for the most part, I'm the primary person doing everything. I have my brother's doing all the music for the game, so I don't do the music. Also, I have somebody helping on the side with a tiny bit of code. They're in the credits, which is on the main menu. But yeah, their name is Sunny. They've been just helping out a little bit with that, so that's been really, really helpful for me too. But yeah, otherwise mostly a solo project. It's interesting how this doesn't seem to update the right background. I guess I need to update this now, the preview, so it shows the right stuff, yeah. Just gonna sit here for a minute and wait for the algae to appear. It should any second, as long as my code works. Just to make sure I'm gonna... Oh. That was a little funny. What's going on here? So this one I opened and it showed the small tank stuff. And then when I open again, it shows the big tank. And then this one I open and it shows the big tank. Even though it's the small tank. It's probably because I'm running the game at 16 times speed. There's probably like a weird timing thing happening or something. Nope. Something is just broken. Okay, well that's the next thing we gotta fix, guys. Just wanted to clean this tank really quick. Okay, it looks like the big one's just got covered in algae, so I think we're good to go. Yep. And if I open it again... See, what's going on? The grime thing doesn't, like, actually reach the full normal size. I think it's because it's smaller than it should be. So we want to actually up this to the normal size. Which I don't remember what it is, but... Well, here, it was 750 by 400, so let's just divide those by 3. So it should be 250 by like 134. Then paste those in here, divide by 2 again, and make them negative. Alright, so that should be the proper size now in here. And it'll look the same in the small tanks, because it doesn't matter. Although, the only thing with the small tank is I bet then if I... Oh, look at that positioning stuff. Oh. It's like screwed up. Okay. Yikers. Why does that happen? It's probably has to do something with like a position offset I set in here. Yeah, if sponge active. Let's see what I'm doing here. So I'm getting last position here. Why is it so cursed? Oh, it's because the grime mask resolution is wrong. That's why. Because I'm creating it 208, 108. And that happens on ready, so it's always the same size. Okay. How do I want to fix that? I don't want to have to do 2 different grime masks, because that's annoying. I would just do it the size of the whole thing, but then that's not going to work. Yeah, how do I want to do this? Because that image resolution depends on it being the same size as the area that you're cleaning, and that's why it all breaks. And so when I set that color rec to be a larger size, it's all broken. I could recreate that image every single time you open up the UI, but that's kind of not ideal. I might have to, though. One thing that people have always been angry about is the fact that when you partially clean a aquarium and then go back in, the clean amount changes. And so there is one solution to this. It's not an ideal solution, but I could generate these at the very beginning of the game. And it would be a little more accurate. So I think I'm going to do that. It is going to break things. Because now we don't have the reference to grime mask anymore, so I'll have to dynamically get it. But in here at the beginning, when we say ready, we loop through our tanks here. And we can add this into... I think it's going to be inside of tank settings. Yeah. So now we're going to say algae. Algae mask. Let's go ahead and just do that. So it's going to be image create. I'm tired of calling it grime because it's not grime necessarily. It's just algae. Ah. Copy the thing I am copying, please. Okay. It's one thing that's super annoying about Godot is when it starts lagging, it doesn't, like, it copies the last position of where your cursor is or whatever. It's super annoying. I don't know why that happens. Okay, so it's going to generate it at the beginning. And then now what I can do is check the resolution of what it should be. So we can say if is tank big or tank ID or for I. Then I know that the resolution should be different. So our algae resolution should be vector 2, 208 by 108. Otherwise, if it's big, then we'll set it to the new one, which is 246 by 128. Hopefully that'll work. Although here I put 250 by 134. Yeah, we'll just do that instead. It should be okay. Well, I don't want it to be too crazy though. Let's keep it at 246 by 128. That should be like the precise resolution. All right, then we created that. Instead of passing these two things in, now we're going to say algae resolution.x, resolution.y. Okay. And then it's going to set that algae mask in there. Do be kind of careful though, because it might accidentally delete that. I think when we ascend, it's gonna like clear it out. So I have to be kind of careful about that. Let's go into the ascend function, because it's gonna say for eye and fish tank data, and for eye and tank settings. So normally I think it'll... Okay, so it's just going to clear it out. So it shouldn't actually delete this stuff because I must already have stuff in there I don't want being deleted. So I'm just going to say algae settings dot algae mask, right? Dot fill. Oh, I have to get it at tank ID. Whoops. Hopefully that'll work and it won't cause any issues with the game. All right, so now the next thing is... that's what we set the water line to, not the grime or the algae. Whoops. Well, that should be fine. I'm gonna go ahead and say that.grime size is equal to vector2 by 128. And here it's going to be equal to the normal, which is 208 by 108. Okay, so that's been changed. Now we got to change a lot of stuff in here. So specifically with the grime mask. Grime mask, get pixel, get size. Grime mask. Okay, so now we want to say in setup, we'll go ahead and say grime mask is equal to global.tank settings at index ID and get our algae mask. Let's see what happens. So hopefully now algae cleaning should be persistent because we store an image for each individual tank, which is good because then if we have tanks of other sizes, it's not going to mess up our coordinate scaling and stuff. I might have to fix that in some of these. I'm not sure because like, no, because the texture should be, yeah, it should be okay. We're about to see what happens. So in here, okay, it died. Because apparently there's no such thing as algae mask. Oh, that's because if you don't already have settings. Whoops. I kind of need to go through each individual one then. So I need to say if tank settings I. Well, let's say if we don't have any tank settings at all, we should go ahead and create one. Right? This is like for if you don't have a pre-existing save data. And then if tank settings at I dot get whatever, you know, substrate, or if it doesn't have it, then we say tank settings at I substrate is equal to substrate sand. All right, then we do that for background fluid and algae mask. Now, I don't actually really want to save the algae mask, though. This is one thing that's a little bit weird. So, might have to change that up a little bit. Because, like, let's say I don't want the algae mask to persist when you close out of the game. What did I have as the water before? Let's go look at the attributes table. LI liquid freshwater. Okay, just making sure. Yeah, so I might have to change this a tiny bit. Okay, so what I'm going to do instead then is not grab that because I can see this becoming a problem. We're just going to create a new list. So normally we have tank settings, blah, 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 wherever it is. Where is it stored? It's stored in there. I don't want to store it though, that's the thing. There it is. So we're now going to have a new one in here, which is var algae masks. It's going to be a dictionary, again with ints, and it's going to have the data type is going to be an image, I believe. All right, so let's try this again. So let's go to where we specify algae mask. So we're getting algae resolution, and then we're not checking if it exists or whatever. We're just going to say algae masks at index ID is equal to algae mask. And that should be all we need there. What do you mean ID, not declared? Oh, it's I. Okay. Hopefully that'll work. And then now I got to change some things, some global in our send function. I don't care about algae mask. Okay, so now I'm going to do this for IN or for tank ID in algae masks. I'm going to go ahead and say not any of that anymore. So algae masks, tank ID, algae mask. So I'm going to say mask is equal to that. Well, it should be like a reference to it. So I should be able to just say fill with full color. And it should just work. All right. Then in here, in the tank menu now, on setup, grime mask will be equal to algae masks at that index. Okay, so hopefully what happens here now is that we can just like partially clean a tank, and then when we come back into it, you'll see it like stay as it was, right? And it also just kind of technically makes implementing the algae stuff easier for me. So grime mask was unable to be applied for some reason. So hey, thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. Invalid access to property key, algae mask. Oh, yeah, it's not, I don't reference algae mask anymore. Am I still doing that somewhere? Because I'm not supposed to. Yeah, like here. Because I'm just getting whatever it is. It's not a dictionary. All right, guys, let's try this one more time. I don't know if this is going to be bad for performance, having those like images of the algae kind of sitting in memory. I don't think it would be that bad. I mean, they're pretty tiny images, you know, we're talking like less than whatever, it's 200 by 100 pixels for each one. So that's like 20,000 bits. They're like a couple kilobytes each or whatever. It's probably not a big deal. Okay, so I don't know why it's off to the left like that or whatever. It's probably because of the positioning on this, actually. Okay, so when we also run setup, then I need to adjust the position of the grime mask. So let's do that next. So I set the... Okay. So now here I'm just going to say... Don't we get grime mask? Thought I said like var grime is equal to... Yeah, I do have grime there. Where do I have grime? No, I have it somewhere. Oh, is it an exported variable? No. Where the heck is grime? Because I reference it here. Oh, subviewport.grime. Do I have it in here? World grime. When did I do that? I honestly don't remember adding that in. Or I guess that one's been sitting there. Okay, it's the other one that I changed. Okay. So anyways, then instead of doing all this stuff, because it's insane, I think we are getting viewport in here. Subviewport, tank world. Where do I get subviewport? Let's see. Or yeah, it's going to be on ready where I get that. Right? Subcontainer. Oh, right here, I get it. Subviewport. Okay. So let's simplify this code quite a bit then. Oh, and I also have tank world. But this is the viewport itself as a reference to grime. So we're going to say boom.grime. It's just a lot easier. Oh yeah, I think someone asked what all the green was. And that was MD. I forgot to reply back. Oh well. Okay, so now we're going to set that grime position. So like we did with the water line, we're just going to say dot position is equal to minus dot size divided by 2. Let's see if this works. Go to main menu, load back in, boom. And then on the big tank, let's set algae to 0. Grime is big. All right, let's try it out. So if I just clean a little bit of grime, so it looks like the position stuff is good, and then I just leave, and I come back, the grime has not saved. So that's interesting. I think it's because now I have some code set up to refill the grime mask whenever I leave, or I used to because I would have to. Probably because right here I call update. So I'm going to have to change that. Yeah, I do it right here. I say fill. So I don't want to do that there anymore. The way that's going to work now is in global. Whenever anything gets dirty. Let's see, where do I want to do this? Right, it's where I'm editing algae time right here, and I emit tank grime changed. So just to simplify this, I'm just going to connect that up on ready and just say tank grime change.connect to update algae masks. It's function update algae masks. And we're just going to loop through all of them and fill them with whatever they should be. All right, so for tank ID and algae masks, we're going to get all those. Let's see. Daniel, welcome into the stream. How's it going? How are you doing today? So I need to know whether the algae time is like active or not, so I can get a get tank. I can get algae multiplier, food boost time. I need to get the algae time. So, or I think algae time happens everywhere at once, right? No, it's individual for each tank. So, right, because it's like a separate thing now. So let's just go where I say get food boost time. I'm just going to make a new function. Get tank algae time. Return a float. Tank settings at tank ID.get algae time. Default will be 0. So I'm going to get algae time with the tank ID. Alrighty. So if algae time is greater than 0, then that means algae is not active. Otherwise here, we're going to fill it. So here what we want to fill it with, when it's inactive, we fill it with color.white. And when we want it to... Oh yeah, and we also have to get the mask. So var mask is equal to algae masks dot get tank ID. Then we say mask fill. So that should stop the tank from like changing stuff whenever we close out of the menu. Let's see. So, hey Adrian, welcome in. How's it going? What have you been up to? Alright guys, let's try this out for real this time. Okay, so that's a little broken there. I might have accidentally inverted the values on here. Is white? Oh, I'm also gonna have to update algae masks on ready. I think that's my mistake here. Is I have to say, after I do all of this stuff, then we update it. So let's just go put this at the very end. Ooh. Excuse me. All right, this should now work. Because I didn't update those initially on game launch. Going good. Right now I'm thinking what to write for the Red's description in Brazilian. Ah, yeah. Yeah, I kind of expected that one would be a little bit difficult. Because it's like an actor's name. I don't know if it makes much sense in other languages or not. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. You can always change it, you know, to be different. Like Rud makes me think of rudders. I don't know. Does the demo support Linux? It does. It's got a native Linux build, so. Okay, the position of the sponge is off again. Oh, right, it's like we have that bug. I don't know why. But look at that, guys. So we clean a little bit of the tank. We right-click, leave the tank. And then when we come back to the tank, it's still the same. It's pretty insane, guys. So it's pretty cool. Now, here's the next step to elevate this, right? This is going to be pretty crazy, guys, okay? It's going to be pretty crazy. Now we can also make the outside of the algae reflect on the algae on the inside, right? Which would be pretty insane. Also, here's another insane thing. If we leave and come back, since it's a world, like a game-wide state, it'll just stay the same. So it's pretty crazy. So theoretically, if people want to do art, they could like make some stuff here or wait for the algae and then turn off the algae accumulation option here. Right there. And then, yeah, it just kind of works. Which is fun. So I'm going to turn on my normal stuff again. I'm getting sick and tired of it. Okay. Okay, so what's next here then? Let's go into the tank itself. The fish tank. And it should actually be extremely easy to do this because we do it here anyways, where we say grime mask is image texture create from image, right? So let's copy that. And now I think I can literally use the exact same shader I use here, which is the grime shader. And it has mask. I think I'm using the same one on the fish tank, so let's see. We have this little grime shader here, and... oh. I'm not for some reason. Is this a different shader? No, it does have mask. Oh, why is it a gradient? What purpose does this serve? Or I guess it's because I needed a transparent pixel or something. Well, we'll get rid of that now. We're going to make it so it loads the image as the texture. So we're going to do this. We're going to say grime.material. And I guess this is now going to have to be a... since there's multiple of them, these materials are going to have to be unique, which is fine. I'm just going to say local to scene now for the shader material itself. Now we're going to create this from image, and we're going to say global dot algae masks at index tank ID. This is going to be pretty wild, guys. You ready for this? And it's a funny quirk of how image textures work is that if you edit the base image, it'll just automatically update the texture instantly. So it means I don't have to like continually update or check when the algae has changed. It just kind of works, which I think is actually really cool. So performance is still normal. Almost seems like better every time. I don't know. So if we do a little mark on here, we should see that mark in the texture too. It's hard to. I can't really tell if it's working. Doesn't seem like it worked. I don't know what I might be doing wrong there. Should be working. Unless I do have to update it every single time. Maybe I do. It's on update, but I only do it once there. Oh, I do it in process, don't I? Yep. Well, we could do that. I think what I'll do is just whenever the tank menu has been closed, I'll call it to update this material. So I'll have a function that's like update algae texture, right? And it'll do it in here. Okay, so I was wrong in the thing I said. That's not true. We'll call it on ready, and then whenever I close the tank menu, so whatever on changed, when I close it right here, I want to say like aquarium dot tanks at index tank ID dot update algae texture. So that should work. So let's relaunch the game. Maybe for late game, add like a volcano with lava fish like in Terraria. Yeah, I have thought about doing that before. I've discussed it with people. The problem with doing stuff like that is it seems like the opinions are pretty split right now. Some people feel like, oh. How did this happen? Oh. I'm just gonna do that. I think it's because that menu instantly calls itself. But yeah, it's complicated. Some people think that like the game should only have real world fish because if we have a bunch of fantasy fish, it'll kind of like devalue the real Earth fish. You know what I mean? Yeah, look at that, guys. It actually shows in the little preview window now. It's very epic. So now if you fully clean it, boom, it's clean there. And then when algae goes to 0 again, it didn't fill in the mask properly for some reason. Which is actually kind of strange. Wonder why it didn't work. Oh. Oh, right, because now it'll just instantly happen because it's... So we gotta fix that. I don't know why it didn't connect the signal properly. Or it's looking like stuff happened in here. Oh, right here. Method expected 0 arguments but called with 1. Okay. Oh, because tank grime changed. And then update. No, so it's inside of global, right? Oh yeah, update algae masks. What? Update algae masks. What is going on here? Okay, so I do have to actually pass in a thing here. Oh, so I have to just change this to a single update event. Okay. Whoops. And all done. Epic. Thank you very much for your help on that. Okay, so we just do this. And then this is going to have tank ID in here as an int. Okay. Too few arguments. Yeah, now what I want to say is for IN max tank count. Now we pass in update algae mask tank ID. Okay, that should be better now. Let's try it out. Relaunch the game. Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to be doing DLCs or not. I think that honestly just depends on how well the game does. With DLCs, I'm not opposed to doing like a expansion of content. So the type of DLCs I dislike are like DLCs that don't add anything meaningful into the game. I'm not a big fan of like cosmetic DLCs and stuff. I feel like those are just kind of like very like cash grabby in a way, and no like hate toward any developer that does add that kind of stuff to their games. But for me, I think if I'm gonna spend the time to set up a DLC and do it, I want it to like be meaningful. I really like how Factorio did their DLC, you know, because it's like it's very warranted. Like their DLC is almost the same size as the whole base game, and I think that's sort of the route I would probably take with any potential DLC I'd ever do, is like I want it to be worth it. So it would like essentially double the content of the game. But also what I appreciate about Factorio and the developers making Factorio is when 2.0 launched, they still added a load of new things to the base game too. I think one thing that I always hate to see is when developers, oh, I need to update that whenever I call that function. But yeah, developers always like, what's the word? They stop updating their main game, and then they just keep adding new DLCs, and it's kind of like, man. Was it Grime changed? There it is. Function value. Yeah, I don't want to do that if I ever were to do DLCs with Lurd in. I'm definitely leaning towards probably never doing one. I would only ever do it if like the game has done so well that I kind of want to cycle back and expand things out a lot more. But in a way that would keep like the base core gameplay sacred and adding on everything else as like a new part of it, right? Okay, this should update now properly whenever I change the algae state. This is really cool though that I can just like see it reflected in the little mini preview. Because I know a lot of people have complained about this feature before where they're like, how come if I only partially clean the tank and then go back, it changes? Like some people didn't like that. I, as a gamer, wouldn't really care. I'd be like, oh, well, it's just because it's like really hard to like to keep states like that of images. But some people are more particular. It's fine. I'll just go through and do it this way now. It is actually kind of easier for me in a lot of ways to do it this way anyways, so it's not a bad thing. Whoa, that is... Oh, we gotta change the limits of where our cursors can be. There's so many new things we have to do for this freaking change with the large tanks. Or like a setting. Well, here's the problem with that is like, either I do DLC or I don't do it. Or I do it as an update to the game. If I'm going to spend that much time implementing content into the game, I don't want to just make it a setting that you hide behind things, because it's not worth my time if that's all it's going to be. You know what I mean? So I'm never going to explore that as an option. It's just not worth it. But yeah, it would either be full-on update or DLC. I'm not such a DLC hater. I only hate DLC when it becomes like that's all the game is. Like, don't get me wrong, I think Dave the Diver is an interesting game, but it has a lot of DLC. I mean, it's not as bad as even some other games, but like if I ever were to do DLC, I'd probably do like 1 or 2 maximum ever. I don't think I'd ever want to do this many. Like if you really want a bad example, for example, like the crazy one is like City Skylines. It really frustrates me. I mean, to be fair, it's by Paradox, and Paradox is renowned for their DLCs. But look how much DLC this game has. It has 76 DLCs. Like, this is kind of ridiculous, you know? That's pretty stupid. There is so much in here. And some of these are just kind of a scam. You know, you're being charged like $5-10 for like a couple little skins. Others are more content oriented, like this guy. But this DLC is $15, right? Is it really worth is $15 just to be able to add a little park to your city? Like, that's insane. I hate when games do this kind of mode of DLC. It's warranted when it's like a real worthwhile expansion that doubles the amount of content of the game. Then like the price of a DLC is warranted. But when it's just something like this, that's not. I'm out. You know. So I wonder what's going on with City Skylines 2, because I know they got some new developers in. It's now being developed by Ice Flake Studios. They haven't done very many other games before. This game called Ice Lake. You just go ice fishing. Apparently it's VR or something. we'll see what happens. I think they've been spending a lot of time working on performance improvements to cities too, which is cool, but here's the problem, guys. DLC again. I really am disappointed with the city building genre right now. I hope one day somebody comes out and makes a better city builder. Like, this one had promise, but the performance is so abysmal and there's like major pieces of the game just missing that were in one. And so it just feels like not worthwhile. So yeah, everyone's saying Ice Flake's doing a good job, so I am excited to see what Ice Flake Studios does. We'll see what happens with that. Okay, so I need to shift the grime on here down. This is still using the old tank preview image, and that's why it looks broken. I have to change how that all works then. So, it's annoying. But these ones are working well. I still don't know what's going on with this, why it has like that weird delay. Because I click on this guy, and it opens it up properly, but it opens it as the tiny tank. So it's like, is setup not being called or something properly? Like, is it because there's like a maybe changed, it's getting called before setup gets called or something? Oops, I just had it. Like, because it calls this, right? It does all this stuff. But I'm pretty sure setup gets called before the menu is opened. So it should be doing all of this stuff first. Where it checks if it's a large tank. Sets up all the UI things. And then at the very end, it calls update. Which checks, is it a large tank, you know, stuff like that. So let's go ahead and just call some print statements where these things are happening. It's clearly something is like not happening at the right moment. It should call all that stuff before the UI opens. And so I'm thinking that maybe that's what's going on here. Is it's doing setup after the UI opens, and so what happens is the tank is set up for the last tank that was opened. So let's see the order of this. So we should see setup and then changed if it's working properly. I might just have to wait one frame before opening the actual UI for like the tank to have time to set up. Maybe that's the issue here. Especially now that I am changing. It's also weird that it calls change twice. I don't know why it does that. That is quite odd, because it's only opening one UI. Oh, wrong menu. It's pretty weird. So let's go look for that pipeline of how we open this, right? Because what do we call? Update fish. Add fish, process, check upgrades. So it must be inside of our aquarium cursor. Where we're going to say... Okay, so if it's a fish tank, we say if add to tank is active, we go ahead and do all that stuff. And then here we call tank menu setup. Yeah. And then we call toggle on. So I'm gonna just assume that we need to await one process frame in here, because we need time for the UI to adjust itself before we actually open it. That's gonna be my guess. But apparently that's still not enough, so that's a little weird. Do we have to wait a physics frame? Maybe. but it's still in misalignment. So I don't know what's going on there. It's pretty weird. What is going on there? Huh. So we open it. Calls all this stuff after. Does it just not do any of this stuff because it's not visible or something? I don't know. We call super for menu. This is all ready stuff. And then setup. It's very strange. I'm not awaiting anything in here, so this should all happen on the same frame. Is it not calling update or something? But it is, because it's showing that instantly. It's really strange. I don't know if I need to wait even more time. I hope not, because I don't want there to be like a noticeable delay between clicking on a tank and it actually opening. What is going on? It just doesn't want to update the UI. Huh. Okay. See, because this one is using the tiny image and it's just stretched across the big guy now. How does that even happen? What happens if it's the first time I open a menu? Let's see. So I open big tank, it's small tank. So clearly, like, there is something out of sync here that's not working. This is pretty weird. Yeah, I don't know what's going on there. And it doesn't seem like any amount of delay here between setup and toggle on matters. Like, we could add an insane delay here if we want. Like, I mean, you can feel the delay now, but it doesn't work. So clearly that doesn't matter. I hope this isn't going to be a difficult issue to fix. Maybe we're not able to change stuff before the menu is visible, you know? I really hope that's not the case, but... Because we can say toggle on, and then what is it going to do when we toggle on? So it's going to do all this stuff, create the buttons. I mean, it's not anything too insane. But then there's going to be some things that aren't set yet. Because I need to, like, set the tank ID and all this stuff. Is my problem that I wasn't setting the tank ID first? Is that what's happening? Ooh, that's probably what's happening. Okay. I think... Guys, I think that might have been the problem. Because I wasn't using tank ID. Okay, shall we try this out again? Okay, that's all it was. Well, I'm glad that it's an easy fix. Okay, that's kind of a big issue fixed. Yeah, we still need to work on getting these, like, cursor boundaries and stuff fixed. See, that was a little weird there. I don't know why I was able to move it outside like that. Because of the sponge. I guess I can do the same thing with the sponge. See, it works great on the tiny tank. The boundary's there. But on the big guy, it's all sorts of broken. So you can see if I, like, drop food there, it goes there for some reason. It doesn't happen on the tiny tank, you can see. It goes where I click. And then if I say algae 0 again, right at like, what is going on? Honestly, the vertical isn't too off. It's mainly just the horizontal. So I can probably just go set boundaries in there for the aquarium cursor here, or it's not going to be that. It's going to be like the tank cursor. And I think this has some boundaries set in here. Yeah, these limits right here. So those are pretty easy to fix. And I have different ones set for the decorations, which is good. So I'm going to have to choose those depending on whether it's a big tank or a small tank. I feel like I kind of need to store this stuff somewhere instead of like constantly repeating these values everywhere. Maybe we should do that. Like I need like a small tank info. And like our large tank data or whatever, you know? And then I can fill these out with like the sizes and everything that we're supposed to have for these, because it's kind of like right now it's sort of a scattered mess where I have like, I'm repeating all these values everywhere. And that's kind of a bad thing. Because then up here, instead of like setting and tank menu setup, right? Because it's getting like custom minimum size here, so I can manually specify the size of our UI and everything. So we can say UI size is that. So that's for the large tank, and in the small tank, it'll be different. Then also that means I can really simplify a lot of this code. Godot, I will destroy you. Just copy the thing. Okay, dear God. I don't know why my computer is kind of stuttering right now. There's got to be a reason. Am I like out of RAM or something? Oh, I am actually really close to being out of RAM. I wouldn't be surprised if that's part of the issue right now. I wish I could get faster RAM. It's too expensive though. Never going to be able to afford it. Oh my God, I was looking at RAM prices last night and it's like shocking how expensive RAM is. I was like, what? It was like $800 for 64 gigs. That's insane. That used to be like 200. It's insane. Is this fully coded in GD script? I don't use any C#, C++. It's all GD script. So for me, it's just easier that way. Some people really don't like GD script, and that's totally fine. For me, it's just like, you know, I don't care. GD script, I think, is fine. So, can I do tank data, or is that going to override another variable? Doesn't appear to. And then let's say if large tank, replace it with large tank data. So now we can just do stuff here, like we just say tank data dot get UI size and stuff. You know, it's significantly easier. Well, I know those things are going to exist, so I'm not even going to say get. I'm just going to be like, bam, do it. And then we can have like another one for where these like water lines and algae sizes and stuff, that'll be like the interior viewport size. It'll be significantly easier. So now waterline and grime, we're going to move those out. So 208 by 108. Let's go do that. So we're going to call this world size. And the larger tank, that's going to be 246 by 128. Alrighty. Yeah, it'll just be significantly easier for me to do all this now. Because I'm probably going to be reusing these values too. Like for the little preview viewports too. So it's just significantly easier. So yeah, we don't need to set waterline size or grime size. So those are gone. I don't know why I'm saying theme type variation to nothing twice here. It's a little strange. And now this also goes away. Tank mask large. Those will still stay the same. Same with those ones. Those are fine. But all like the just hard numbers here now are so much more straightforward. So that's what's important. All right. A little bit better. Cool. Viewport textures. All right. Because there was something where I was... Oh, yeah. So for the boundaries now, I can also define those inside of there. To have them all in one place, it's just so much better. All right. And these are all going to be the values for the small one. So I'm going to call this like cursor limit minimum, cursor limit maximum. Okay. These have to be colons. And then decoration limit minimum, decoration limit maximum. Way easier. Boom. So now I can control these things for the large tanks super easily. And they're all in one place. It's easy for me to just tweak these around a little bit. So it appears that these are set to half the horizontal distance here of world size. So it's pretty easy for me to calculate. This is 246 divided by 2, which is 123. So now see, I might change this a tiny bit though. There are things that I will probably change here. I would grab this as a variable, but I don't know if I can do that. Can I? This might be a little cursed, but can I say... Right? Does that work? Nah, a cyclic reference, I assumed it would be something like that. That's fine. All right, then half of 128 would be 64, but I think I changed world size a little bit. And then now we can also do is for when we generate our algae areas, we don't set them to whatever we're doing before. Now we just set them to world size. So wherever I get that, I say vector 2. Algae resolution right here will be small tank data dot world size, and here it'll be the big tank size. The large tank data. Boom, easy. All right. Hold on 1 second, guys. Like high AF? Well, I'm not. Probably just because my eyes are super red from using my computer for a million years. Thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. Okay, so we got the algae in there. So I don't think there's anywhere else where I'm setting manual resolutions like that, as far as I can remember. else have I been doing this? 2.4. That's position limits for the mini game. Not there. Just want to make sure. That, don't do that there. I think that already automatically gets the size. I do this inside of, oh yeah, so now I actually have to go set it up in tank cursor. This is just like the data. Ooh, selection size. What is this? Okay, yeah, I do a thing here. And okay, so this is inside of the fish tank. It is for, okay, that I don't really want to mess with right now. I will go back to that though. And why am I subtracting this by a random 310 162? What is that all about? Tell me you never did. I haven't. No, I never have. So I mean, I could if I wanted to, but I just don't care. Honestly, it's legal where I live, and there's literally a place next to me I always drive by. I don't care though. I don't think it's gonna solve any of my problems. What is this value? Why am I just like randomly subtracting this? It's got to be like a sizing thing or something. Oh, that's probably the position of my world node, right? No, because that's at 0. Is that the other height or whatever divided by 2? Because it was like 636 or something. Yeah, I think that's what it is. Okay. So I'm gonna need to adjust that, because that's like weird and broken. And this is inside a fish tank. It's for like positioning the decoration, so it's not like a big thing I have to worry about right now. I can probably get it figured out. Okay, and those are the aquarium cameras. Those are different than just all the global stuff there. I use a lot of Vector 2s in this project. I mean, in any project. They're pretty useful. Table, decorations table. Alrighty. So we should be good to go. I might have to adjust this. I think this is just the size of our UI viewport position divided by 2. So it should be pretty easy for us to change, but we'll figure that out. See if it actually is. And I'm gonna have to end stream here in just a second. We'll get some dinner. It is extremely late now. It's 9 p.m. Eating pretty late, but it's fine. Okay, so let's check the cursor stuff now. So if I set algae to 0, I should be able to move this to the very edge now. Did I not set it properly? Oh, I'm a stupid idiot and actually like forgot to do the actual stuff. Okay. So these variables we will probably replace here and instead load them up on, not on a ready actually, because it's not going to recreate the node. I'll probably have to set up a signal for whenever we open up that UI to update the cursor. Because yeah, the bounds do change. Just gonna have function update limits. And this is where we'll settle that stuff. Okay. I now just set these to be empty vector 2s. So, inside of our tank menu, we want to pass all that stuff in. So whenever we figure out what our tank data is here, I want to call on our little cursor node here. Tank cursor. I don't think I have a reference for it. Do I? No, I do not. That's fine. So we're going to pass in, or call update. What did I call the function? Date limits. And pass in tank data. Now in here, we're going to have data, which is a dictionary of things. So limit minimum is going to be data dot limit, or did I call it cursor limit min? I think I did. Ooh, did I put this in the wrong location? I don't think I did. What? Where did I put it? Global.small tank data. What? Okay, it is here. I don't know why it's not searching. Cursor limit min and decoration limit min. All right. And right here, decoration limit minimum. Cool. In another universe, there'd probably be a more efficient way to program something like this, but you know what? I don't care, and it doesn't really matter. If it works, it works, so. Is it GD script? Yes, this is all done in GD script. I don't use any C++ or C#, so. I don't know. I just haven't ever messed with those. I like GD script, and so I might as well just keep using it. All right, so hopefully these limits should be good. So that one's limited to there. Good. Then if I go into the large tank, we should see set algae to 0. It should be limited to the very left. Yes. Look at that, guys. Beautiful. All right. So we're basically done here then. I could increase those limits. I don't know exactly what our world size is right now because I shrunk it down a little bit. I think we could figure it out if we look at the sub-viewport resolution. Oh, but we have to look at it while the game's open, so let's go do that. Ooh, wait 1 second. Oh yeah, I think Max is streaming more Deltarune. We'll probably raid him. Okay, so let's go into the large tank. I need to see what the resolution of this is to know. So let's go to fish tank 7. Which box? Oops, wrong one. Big tank, container, sub-viewport. It is 118 by... That's not real. What? It can't be it. No. Oh, that's the tiny preview. I'm a stupid idiot. It's inside of the canvas layer. There's like 2 of them. Tank menu. Tab container, fish, V-box, panel container, viewport, sub-viewport. It is 750 by 360. So that's the actual size we have here now. Or actually, I guess that's not true. Because I think the... Yeah, this is the actual size. It's going to be... I think it's going to be this one. 6... No, that's the minimum size. I guess it is 360? Is that what I already had set in here, though? Or no, I had... Do. Okay, well, what's 360 divided by 3 now? 120 instead. So that's the true size that we have here. So that divided by 2 is going to be 60 for these limits now. And we should be good to go. Also, for some reason, I did 123. Is that correct? It should be 750 divided by 2. or divided by 3, I mean, for our zoom level, which is 250. Oh, but then half of 250, right? So we want it to be half of, well, actually, no, it's really going to be more half of the world. So 246 divided by 2. Math. Yeah, so 123 is correct there, I think. All right. We should be good to go. Slower gets the job done for most games. Yeah, I think some people tend to care too much about the architecture of their projects. Like, for me, I think it's fine. I just need to get things done. Okay, so let's go check this out. It should be all good now. Right on the edges. Very nice. And so yeah, this will automatically set up our boundaries for everything, like placing down decorations. Now that uses like the proper boundaries there. I probably will raise up the boundaries a tiny bit on the decorations, because now like the height of our sand area has increased. Because if you look at like placing down decorations in the regular tank, you go in here. It's pretty much right at the very top of the sand. Here, there's like a little bit of a boundary, so I want to fix that. Like we should be able to put it up there. So it's just a matter of tweaking those values a tiny little bit. So what's the game idea? So this is an incremental fishing game. Travel to different regions and bring back fish to your aquarium to put them on display. People can walk in and you generate passive income from your viewers or whatever you would call them. So yeah, it's coming along. Release is slated for next month. We're just working on getting this large tank stuff set up. And I think we're good to go with it now, honestly. So you can use resources. Personally, like this is a thing that people have always come in and said that I should do instead, but there are downsides to resources. First off, whenever you use a resource, that means every single time you're going to have to load in a new like asset, Using a dictionary, it's a lot easier for me and faster. I don't have to create a new file and manage all these different files. It's just one big document, The only real downside is you not being able to statically type variables. For me, it's not a huge deal because I'm not like super strict about statically typing anyways. Some people might see that and be like, no, I would never, But for me, I don't care. What's so nice about it is like, say I want to add a new fish into the game. I just pop into my table and I can just duplicate like super fast. I can just be like, bam, copy, paste, change the name, some things, and I'm done. Like doing that with a resource, wouldn't take significantly longer, but you have to create a new file. You have to connect up all the code and stuff. And like, if I want to change things around in here, like I can change the ordering of things here too. This is another thing that nobody ever talks about or realizes. There's more data being stored here than just this data. I am also storing ordering. Like this fish comes before this fish. So that is important. Otherwise, I'd have to have another table to know the ordering of how things relate to each other. Well, hey, welcome in, Kankles. How's it going? So that's extremely useful for like when I have like upgrades or something and I want them to display in a certain order inside of my upgrade list. I can place them in here in the order that I want. So it's just really nice to have it that way. I much prefer doing it this way than resources. So some people will say I'm stupid for doing it this way, but you know what? I don't care. Because I'm releasing games and making money and it works. And that's the only thing that matters. So who cares how I design it? We have a bunch of different species now. I think we're up to like 47 or something. Let me go check. I do have to end stream here right now, but we'll go look super quick. We have 41 fish, so, and a bunch more on the way. I want to do a coral reef zone that you can travel to really soon, so, because I think it would be pretty epic. I Apologies for the Minecraft server. It's all good. I just want to make sure you guys know that the issue is in your base. That's why I like called everyone out, because I'm like, hey guys, you should like fix this. It's okay. Don't worry about it. I'm gonna be real. I think the pack we selected it's too big for the number of players we have playing and the extent to people, like how far people are taking the mod pack. I wish we went with a smaller one, just so it wasn't so intensive on the server, because it's super expensive and I have to pay a bunch of money for having 8 gigs of RAM or whatever and a stronger CPU. But it's okay. I think one of these days we'll just do a vanilla server, I think. I think it'd be kind of nice to cycle back to vanilla with a couple new big content updates and stuff, so one day. But the server's already up, so I don't want to like screw it up. But anyways, yeah, that's going to be it for today's stream. Thank you everybody for coming in today. I do appreciate it. We're going to go raid Maxwell, Hawaiian Shirt EXP. He's playing Deltarune. So, say the new chapter's out. But yeah, thank you everybody for coming in. I think large tanks are like pretty much done. There's a couple little minor things I have to do. I have to make it so you can't place large fish into the small tanks anymore and stuff like that. But I think that'll be easy to do. So anyways, feel free to wishlist alert in, join the Discord server, and yeah, play the demo if you want. Also, Starground's on sale for the Steam summer sale, so grab it if you want. That's going to be it for today. Thank you, gamers. I will see you all tomorrow, because today was Friday, 3:30 MDT. So we'll be doing more alert in stuff. All right. Goodbye, everyone. I'll see you around. Bye-bye. Thank you for coming in, everybody. Bye.